We can't even see Yifan anymore. We just see her hands. Whoa! Yeah. Bishop takes e4. That's her calculation mode. That was nuts.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top. That's 1, not 2 or 3.
If there is no...
Oh, she blundered a piece! Oh my gosh.
Such a fork, rook d4.
This is speed chess.
Yes, anything can happen.
All I do is win and look good from the top. Let's go. I am unstoppable.
What a streak.
Knight takes g7. Oh my gosh. Kateryna's unstoppable right now.
This is her 7th win in a row.
I don't have a limit, I'm just getting started. I am unstoppable, ask anybody.
Oh, queen h1. Unstoppable mate on h1.
We will see knight e6. She saw it.
I just be making them plays. Get money too when I'm winning the race. Pick out the face.
Oh, she pre-moved king f7.
Queen! Oh. Queen is done.
1 second, she's got to move.
Oh no.
No way.
Go. Pick out the face. Pick out the face.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Women's Speed Chess Championship presented by Julius Baer. I am Grandmaster Benjamin Bach and I'm honored to be joined here today by the greatest female chess player of all time, Judith Polgar. Judith, we're very happy to have you here today.
Thanks very much. I'm happy to be here with you and looking forward to the action.
Yeah, we have a lot of action today. Today is the second day of the main event. So let's have a quick look at the overview. Alright, so what we see here, Judith, is that the Women's Speed Chess Championship is a single elimination bracket. It's a 16-player field. 2 players qualify through Title Tuesday leaderboard, and 4 players qualify through the play-ins, and 10 players are directly invited. Judith, what are your thoughts about the event here?
Well, it's an exciting event, and I'm very much looking forward to today's games. As the ladies who play here, they are serious international figures. So they are from the elite of the women's chess.
All right, so next up, let's have a quick look at the bracket that we have here, as both players that we will see right now actually made their way into the main event through different paths. We are going to be watching a matchup between Zhongyi and Shuvalova. Zhongyi was one of the players that was invited, and Shuvalova was one of the players that qualified through the Title Tuesday. So that means that Shuvalova might be a little bit more experienced with the online format. Judith, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
I don't know what is going to be happening because, of course, it's a completely different story. Who has more practice and who has more experience, and also basically what going to define the match, I believe, is how much who can be more focused today, because we're talking about a 2.5 hour match with different time controls, with different action time, and intuition is very important, obviously, when you play a very short game like this, especially when we get to bullet section of the match. It will be like crazy action, I think.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, the bullet is always going to determine a lot. All right, so Judith, here we see the players getting ready. We see Zhongyi on the left and Polina Shuvalova on the right. What do you make of the players' expressions?
It's very interesting to see them. Of course, as a professional chess player who retired for 10 years already, still I remember the feelings. Of course, I have to admit that I was not playing competitively online chess, so it has a different feeling because you don't feel the other one, you don't feel the playing hall, whatever. But you can see on both of them they are stressed and in tension, and probably they just can't wait to be started, the whole thing. But on both of them, you just see and feel the stress they have, that, okay, just about to start.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, like I feel, especially when you play over the board, there's definitely that. But also when you play online, I guess when you're getting ready online, it's just a little bit different. Like you said, you're not facing your opponent face to face, but you are getting ready for an important match, and you always want to start off on the right foot. You don't want to fall behind. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about the time control that we are going to be having here. The match is split into 3 segments. First, we will do 45 minutes of 5+1, then 30 minutes of 3+1, and then 15 minutes of 1+1. So, Judith, what do you make of the format?
Actually, it is a very interesting format, I believe. It is very unusual, or I was never even close to do anything like this. But I'm actually on a favor to have different time control challenges for the players, because you have to show different sides and skills of your being very good. And also, of course, when you get to bullet to the final phase of the match, you're tired already. If you're leading, you're a little worried that anything can happen. If you're behind, you say, okay, this is my time. I can really do it, and I can punch back. I can turn around things. So, of course, it can get very exciting.
Yep, all right. And as we speak, the players are off. We have one e4 by Tang Zhongyi and Polina Shuvalova responds with one e5. But 100%, it's a very long match. So when you get behind in the match, you want to strike back as quickly as possible. But you also should keep in mind that there's a lot of time and you shouldn't get upset way too early on.
At the same time, it's also interesting that if you would switch the time control and they would start with one, and then to have the 3+1 and then 5+3, then 5 minutes would be like hell of a lot of time, right? It would like, okay, what should I do? I can go to the bathroom or take a bite. But now 5 minutes, as we start with 5 minutes, it is a blitz game. So you have to know your repertoire, you have to think about making surprises to the opponent. And even some players do have a repertoire for a blitz game or a rapid game, because you can make suspicious moves if you think that the opponent has to be spending a lot of time on that. But so far, nothing extreme happened.
Yeah, so far very standard sides have, like going g7, g6, aiming to flank the other bishop as well on g7. And we see Tang Zhongyi going bishop to c2, overprotecting the pawn on e4, because I assume she wants to go knight f1 to g3.
I just love the bishop on b3. I know that you can't really play for tricks generally, but still to have your bishop on b3. And actually, to tell you the truth, it has a little problem for me with logic, because once you play a3, the main idea is to keep your bishop on that diagonal if black would go knight a5. So that a3 maybe was not needed in this situation. But as I said, in a blitz game, you want to surprise your opponent, you want to make unexpected moves, so it doesn't really matter if you waste the tempo here or there. You will go with the flow and try to pose trouble for the opponent.
Exactly. Yep. All right, so we have the move h7, h6 by Shuvalova. Perhaps she was a little bit worried about a bishop coming to g5, and now bishop d3 looks a little bit awkward to all of a sudden protect that pawn on b5.
Well, it's interesting that black played a5, then she played h6, so one here, one there, now in the center, right? And to give up the center is usually not very advised, because then white is really going to be taking the initiative. For example, now I think bishop b5 can be very unpleasant, to put a pin over the c6 knight, trying to push d5 at some point. Even d5, generally speaking, it might be a move immediately, but bishop b5 is on the board. It seems to be a very unpleasant move, especially when the rook is on e8.
Yeah, so she had to play the slightly awkward-looking rook to e7, but as you mentioned, she had to get out of that pin. All right, so now let's see queen c2. Looks like another nice move attacking the knight. She goes to e7, which also looks a little bit awkward for black.
Well, probably she did not have too much of a choice, and she wanted to kick back the bishop to d3. I think black should try to play c5 by any means, maybe immediately. That would be a great thing for her if she can go at c5, and that's what's happening. The big question in such a position is how white can break through with e5, possibly e6, and somehow ruin black's position kingside. So, of course, e5 is the move which you just tend to be playing. But for now, I think it's impossible, because bishop captures on f3, and the e1 knight is unprotected. So then things could have been not so idle for white. A b4, asking black which line you want to be opening. And I think this favors white a lot. But probably black couldn't take with the a pawn, because the c5 would be captured, bishop c4. I don't know, but I'm very happy with white's position, having these d4 and e4 central pawns.
Yeah, it looks very pleasant for white. As you mentioned, white has a very nice center here with the pawns on d4 and e4. d6 is a weakness, the pawn on a5 is a weakness. She goes knight to c6. But yeah, overall, I think Tang Zhongyi can be very happy about the outcome of the opening. So what's always difficult in these matches is that there's barely any time in between the games, right? So if something goes wrong in the opening, you have to come up with an improvement. You have to kind of improvise, which is very difficult. You don't have time to open up your computer, look up a line. So I'm curious to see what Polina Shuvalova is going to do differently in her next black game.
Well, knight queen d2 I liked very much. The previous move by Tan. King h7, it was a kind of a must. h4, very logical, just threatening with h5. And we should never forget that the threat sometimes is more unpleasant than the execution, as the old saying goes. So e5 is always there in any kind of way, like capturing on d6 with the bishop first, and after that, bishop a6 now is a very logical move because this d3 bishop could be extremely dangerous for black after h5. So let's see if she's going to be exchanging or playing h5 anyway, doesn't care about the exchange, or wants to move away to c2 possibly.
Yeah, she goes h5. Very nice play by Tang Zhongyi, putting pressure on the pawn on g6. Black should not play a move like g5, as then there's always tactics with e5, attacking the knight and checking the king. So she just plays queen e7, aiming to recapture on g6, but it feels like Tang Zhongyi, slowly but surely, is chipping away at the black king side.
Well, I think for the moment it's, of course, black is defending, and I think queen d7 has an idea to go to queen g4 at some point to defend and attack, a little bit bother the white play. But rook c1 is the last piece of the game, of white's piece comes into the play. So rook c1 I like a lot, because the c6 knight can be in trouble, or maybe she will have to move back knight d8 to go to e6. But probably after knight d5 would happen. So knight g4, trying to be active, looking for counterplay. It's a kind of a good post, because the white pawn is not on h2 anymore, which could kick away with h3, right? So knight g4 is kind of a good active move by black.
Yeah, I like the move. As you mentioned, the knight cannot easily be kicked away. So let's see what white's going to do. She can always take on g6, but as you mentioned before, very often the threat is stronger than the execution, because if you do that too early, black recaptures with the f-pawn and can try to use that f-file herself. Rook e2, which the computer doesn't like, I guess to me looks quite logical, as the rook is headed to c2 to put more pressure on the knight.
I have the feeling that there might have been something more powerful. That was the issue. I thought to play actually rook c4 and double the rook on the c5 that way. The only problem white can have right now, that suddenly those pawns a4 and b4 cross the half line, and it can be a very serious problem, and very serious. Actually, a3 was maybe possible, giving up the knight, and a2. I'm not sure it was not possible, but now you can see that knight b3 comes there, so the knight becomes someone who is disturbing white's position, and of course the a passed pawn can give trouble for white.
Yeah, no, 100%. Shuvalova is doing a great job creating some counterplay here. Now here, white has the interesting option to go rook to c7 and potentially give up 2 rooks for the queen, but you also take the pawn on d6. Judith, what do you think of that exchange?
I was just thinking about it before you started to say this, but after bishop moving to d6, then rook c1 check is a very important tempo, I think, for black. And then white has to come back knight f1, and then really the a passed pawn can give a lot of trouble. So I would be very scared to go rook c7. Knight h4 is something that I had in mind for some time, that somehow to play e5 and knight g6, but I'm afraid that it's not such a crazy threat. I mean, knight g6 is not threatening yet. Probably e5 would be the next move, but black can go knight b3. The d4 pawn is vulnerable. So I'm not sure white is not losing material here.
Yeah. Also, g5 is, it looks very scary, but maybe it's a move to consider as well, as after e5. Maybe you just move the king. It could be wrong. It could maybe work out. Anyway, knight b3 is on the board. The computer's pointing that out as a miss, but looks like a good move. As you said, hitting the rook on c1 and the pawn on d4. Let's see what Tang Zhongyi is going to do here. By the way, an important line, I think that rook c7 runs into knight takes c1, rook takes d7, knight takes d3, and then at the end the bishop on f4 is hanging as well. She goes pawn to e5. Wow, setting the board on fire.
Well, this kind of move like e5, especially in blitz, is just so inviting that you just have to control yourself immensely. And it's not so easy. I mean, it just comes by itself to be pushing the pawn to e5. And now there's a real mess going around here.
Yeah, rook e1, adding some support to the e5 pawn, saving the rook, but wow, knight takes d4, wow. Okay, can't
think
white
it is
just
a-
take and take on b4? As you cannot take the bishop, that's gonna hang the rook.
Exactly.
I was thinking that Shuvalova was taking over control in this game, but now Tan Zhongyi might be getting the advantage again. Tan Zhongyi is very low on time, though, with only 20 seconds on her clock.
But queen c5 is completely ununderstandable. Why not queen b4 instead? But you could also see the expression of Polina, that she just blundered that the queen goes to that diagonal and she cannot capture the bishop on f4. But things are speeding up, so every move can change the evaluation.
Yeah. No, the board's on fire here. A lot of pieces are hanging. The rook on e7 is under attack. So let's see what Polina is going to do here. Maybe she can just move the rook and then try to activate the queen on the next turn with something like queen h5 or queen g6. But the good thing for Polina is that she does have an extra 30 seconds on her clock to figure everything out.
Well, giving away the 7th rank, it's usually dangerous. So I would definitely check with queen c7. But actually, maybe just queen b4, attacking the g4 knight, and in the next move to go. Or what was that? It was... did I miss something?
I also don't know. Okay, so knight h4 is being played. Practically, I like white's chance because I feel like white should have the safer king. With that being said, Tom only has 4 seconds on her clock.
Yeah, at this point, it's crazy.
All right, queen c5, hitting the pawn, rook e8, bring the rook into the game. Okay, it's kind of funny.
Actually, yeah, rook e8 is so important to defend your rook, so you are not going to be blundered them.
Oh, wow, and Tan just blundered. Queen c8, defending the rook and a knight on g4. Polina is up a full piece here. Can she convert? Okay,
But still, anything can happen with few seconds on the clock.
yeah, especially if the queen can somehow make it into the black position. Rook d8. I think a good decision to keep pieces on the board. Maybe queen... Oh, there might be queen d1. Queen d1 to simplify everything. Oh, queen e4, that's full queen.
Oops. Yeah, okay, we have to say that this blunder of queen e4 happened because the player probably pre-moved and because she didn't have any time. So, what a game.
Yeah, but definitely not the worst position to mouse slip in. Tan Zhongyi was already in a losing position, so we see Shuvalova taking the lead in the match as the next game is getting underway. But Judith, I think this is going to be a very close matchup. I think both players are very evenly matched, both in FIDE rating. I think they're both around like 2,500, and also in Chess.com rating, they're both around 2,700.
Yes, I think Tan Zhongyi is higher, clearly more than 50 rating points than her opponent Shuvalova. But of course, Blitz is a completely other story. And really, what form are you now in this next 2 hours? And one of the biggest thing I think preparation has to be done for something like this is the psychological preparation. That how do you deal with the loss? How do you deal with your mistakes? How do you deal with your blunders? Because you have to move on, right? You have half a minute, you switch, and you go for the next game. And this is a very serious difference between player to player. And this will define how good they can be, especially in this time control where really only seconds apart from the next game.
Yeah, and Judith, what did you always do throughout your career when you had a tough loss? What did you do to try to reset for the next game?
Well, first of all, I was not playing in such a speedy segment of hours competitively. At home, of course, I played plenty of Blitz games. In a tournament, actually, I think I was also partly successful because I could get over on mistakes and things. Of course, it was very painful when I lost the game, whether it's rapid or classical. But I lost, I was angry, I was crying, I was whatever, but I got over it within an hour max. And then I just went for a walk. I started to focus already, leave everything behind me, and then move for the next game. Of course, when you go home, it's another story. You start evaluating, analyzing your mistakes, how deep are those mistakes, and how much you have to change. but it's not the place at the tournament that you really start to deeply analyze your mistakes. But you have to know that you say, okay, I made this mistake because I had a headache. I made a mistake because I played too fast. I made this mistake because whatever, I don't know why I did it. My opponent played well. So you clear it up in your head and then you move on for the next game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. Yeah. Oh, wait. So what? Knight G7?
Wow.
This. I would be very tempted to go for someone like Bishop G4 here, as I feel like the knight can easily get lost over there. But yeah,
That's
I
a
just wanted to
brave
say
move.
that's a very brave move. Yeah, but I just wanted to say I think you make a very good point that I think especially during a tournament, yeah, I think there's two ways of dealing with losses. I think you have to during a tournament you have to forget about it quickly and get ready for the next game. But as you said, at home, then really try to analyze deeply what happened. But yeah, as you said, this speedy format you have to recover within seconds, really, as before you know the next game is already starting. So I guess as someone who plays a lot online himself, I feel like what I often do, I maybe take like a deep breath and just focus on the next game, and just forget about the last game.
But this is very hard because you have to control your emotions. And I've seen it before with quite a few players who were extremely emotional in classical tournament. And can you imagine you play a bad move or a bad day you have in round 4 in classical, and after that you're not interested about the next 5 rounds because you say, okay, it doesn't matter. I ruined my tournament already, so I don't even prepare next day. I'm just going and play the way I can. So I think this is the one of the biggest issue and the biggest sign that you're really professional, that you have to be focusing a lot how to recover and how move on from your mistakes. Black has an incredible position here. Look at that, doubling the rook on the g5, attacking this poor double pawn on g3, g2. Black's b6 queen is incredible because just keeping an eye on b2, so the white queen is very much tied there. So it's a very sad story for white at the moment. So let's see how she's going to look for counter chances. Giving up the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a good decision to give the pawn, activating her pieces, queen f2. All right, so let's see what Tan is going to do here. She can maybe play queen c7 or just move the rook back or defend with h4. But I like queen c7. As you said, the
I
queen
like
was
queen
doing a
c7.
great... Yeah, because the queen was doing a great job keeping an eye on the pawn on b2. But now that the king is castled, it's no longer as useful anymore. So I like the fact that she's centralizing the queen a bit more now.
Now, knight g4 would be a nice move, but queen f7 and the back rank is kind of not so convenient for black. I would go king b8, trying to go king b8. So on a7, it will be a great shelter, and then I can do more actions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like king b8 a lot. I also like the move that Tan just played here, queen g3, putting pressure on the pawn on g2. And after a queen trade, I'm having a hard time seeing how white can defend the pawn on e3 and the pawn on g2. Tan might just be winning another pawn here.
Actually, this rook g5, queen g3 plan was extremely powerful because the e3 and the g2 pawn is attacked at the same time. So it's very difficult. Probably white should have played knight e2, not allowing queen g3, because the black's knight is just so powerfully defending each other on d7 and f6 that there is no counterplay and not even thinking or a shadow of a counterplay on the f5 really for white. So now white is in big trouble because she cannot capture the queen. If she moves, the g2 is going to be falling off, then already 2 pawns down. And the main problem is that there are no tactics, no tricks to try to give difficult moments for Tan.
Yeah, Tan is just so solid here. Like I said, the 2 knights, and yeah, really just the call spot structure. She's holding everything together. Bishop f5, though, that is a move I like by Polina. She's potentially giving out the pawn on g2, but maybe she can then create some counterplay along the f file. Maybe take on d7 and take on f7.
Yeah, I think bishop f5 is good because it's an active move after all. And indeed, after queen g2, probably she wants to take the d7 and taking on f7. But still is going to be extremely difficult for her, I believe. Because on the second and first rank, she's very vulnerable. And maybe the h-pawn will be just move on. I mean, maybe h4 now is the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, h4 also makes a lot of sense. Just setting that h-pawn in motion already before you capture the g2 pawn Let's see what Ton is going to do. She has 20 extra seconds on her clock. I think she's probably spending the time looking at what happens if she does decide to take that pawn. White can take on d7, as we pointed out, and take on f7. But it feels like the black king is still perfectly safe there, as the knight is covering a lot of key squares.
Maybe white wants to go bishop h3, and that's how to defend the g2 pawn. Maybe there will be no other way of doing so. And it's on the board.
Bishop h3. All right, so now, I mean, yeah, if I'm up a pawn, I'm always very tempted to just trade off the queens, and that's what Ton does. King e7.
I think I liked it better to take on g2, because now white has a good fortress kind of setup for her.
Yeah, I think that might have been a little bit more precise than king to d8. But yeah, she's still in a great position, up a pawn, knight g4. And the pawn on e3 is still weak, the pawn on g2 is still weak. So I think Ton still has excellent chance to win this one.
Yeah, she's going to play f5. Bring the knight, bring the king. But still, how do you progress? That will be the only challenge for black.
Yeah, exactly. f5, great move on the board. Yeah, knight df6 looks like a nice move here. And for Polina, she's just going to have to sit. That's her only hope. Just sit, hope that Ton doesn't find a way to break through. But it feels like with both knights on the board, there should be plenty of ways for black to improve the position.
Well, knight comes to e4, then that's a bad news for white. So white has to go back to c3. Exactly. And I believe that black is going to push h4, knight h5. So somehow to take away more and more space from white.
We see b4 by Shuvalova. I guess she wants to create some counterplay, maybe with a4 and b5 to try to give black some weaknesses on the queen side. But yeah, again, I feel like for the most part, she's just going to have to sit and wait and see what black's going to do.
Well, which is not too much fun, but that's the only thing what she can do. She can also do actually to come. I don't like b5 so much, but I think white will have to come back to f1, and knight e2, knight f4 looks like a nice counterplay in that case. a5. Well,
right.
yeah, it's not a bad idea to play on both sides and to switch sides. If a3, they just capture rook a8, rook a5, rook a3 can be a very, very tough situation for white if the rook can pin on the third rank.
Exactly. So a4, good move by Polina, trying to create some counterplay very quickly. All right, so now let's see what Ton's going to do. She can take on a4, that's an option, but then the knight takes and I guess goes to c5 very quickly. She can also go b4, but then the knight jumps back to a2, and white might be able to get a pawn back here.
Oh, knight a2 is... Rook a5 was, I think, the best, simply.
Yeah, and just get a past b pawn.
Yes, because that rook a3 threat by black is just deadly dangerous for white.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Okay, so she's losing the pawn on c6 now, but I guess rook a3 would still be very powerful. Knight c2. But yeah, now this knight can also jump into e4, and that's what she does. And now there's ideas of, let's say, rook c4 to c3. And this looks very dangerous.
Well, it's pretty hopeless. The thing is, it's not only that you have material down, but the big question is always whether can you find any counterplay. And in this position, I mean, the c2 knight will never reach to f4 or e5 where it can be active. I think black could just... Yeah, by c5, right? White to simplify.
Exactly, yeah. I really like the fact that the king was a little bit boxed in. And now white has a great square for d4 for her knight. Also, the rook is active. So now all of a sudden, Polina has some very active drawing chances.
Well, still knight d4 is not possible because black gives mate first on d2. But the rook on a2 is not so good. I liked very much your rook c4 plan with rook c3.
Yep. All right, so knight f2. Oh, wait, that's a big blunder. That's a mistake, apparently. King e4, check. Now the king has to go back. Wait, apparently there's a win here for black, but I don't see it.
Probably it was knight d1 and simplify it to capturing the knight and knight e3, knight g2.
Oh,
Now
that's a
white has an
point.
active knight.
Few seconds for both players.
Well,
Move three.
this can be a draw at the end if black is not paying attention.
F4.
Oh, f4. That's a bad news. That's
F4.
a
There
bad.
goes another. There goes another pawn, but only a few seconds for both players. Still, anything that can happen. King g5. All of a sudden, the knight's a
Stalemate.
little bit
There's a
trapped.
beautiful stalemate chance. Ooh,
Just
ooh, look at that. Yeah, bad news for white that couldn't give as a present the rook, so it's a stalemate.
But apparently, oh wait, wow. Black
What's going
apparently
on?
is still winning here. I guess by one move. Check and king h3.
Well,
All right, so this is just
yeah.
a matter of technique. You push the g pawn. Oh, king f3. Got to be careful here. A rook f7 is often the way to do it. Or this. This also looks good. Check.
Yeah, check and you move away with king f2 and rook f3, king h2.
Wow, what a game. As Tan Zhongyi evens up the score. Judith, that game had everything. It looked like she was in control for most of it, but in those time scrambles, really anything can happen.
And we see that just like practically 2 seconds and the next game automatically started. And yes, Shuvalova cannot think about the game before. Oh, I had a chance. I shouldn't have lost it. I could save it. No, no, no. You have to think again that you're playing with black and focus right now on this game and be in the moment. Cannot be in the past.
Exactly, yep. And we have another Zaitsev on the board. In the last game, Tan Zhongyi got a very pleasant advantage with white. So like we said, I'm very curious to see how Tan Zhongyi is, or how Polina is going to try to switch it up a little bit.
Well, it happens many times, right? When it's a match, because it's very different than from a tournament. Psychologically, it is very, very different. And one of the reason is because you tend to repeat the same opening and you challenge the other one. No, I was right. I know how I improve my position, my game for the next game, right? And so we can easily see maybe the whole match is going to be about this system and playing a little bit different and deviating here and there. Again, black gave up the center by e takes d4, but immediately she could play c5. So this is a much more concrete challenge for white because it's, again, always a question whether e5 is possible, but right now it would be too early because the queen is on d1, so black would just capture it. So now white has to make a decision to go d5, which is on the board, and this is the sharpest way of continuation.
Yeah, so with d5, white is wearing more space. She's closing down the bishop on b7, but she's opening up the bishop on g7. So this is the great thing about the Ruy Lopez. There's many different structures that you can get, and right now we're in the Benoni structure.
And a very interesting structure, because if you look at it, black has only one defender on g7, while and now white play bishop b2 because she wants to exchange. I loved very much when I was playing these systems with white side mostly, and I liked my black square bishop because somehow there was more life in the game. But it's a way to play it, but it's a question that will you have enough time one day to move away the knight from f3, push f4, control the center, or also this a4 idea. Oh my God, look at that. A piece is gone.
Wow, and a5, the knight on b6 all of a sudden is trapped. She goes knight takes d5. She will get a few pawns, but it cannot be enough. She just completely overlooked that move because white very rarely pushes the pawn all the way up to a5.
And the problem is that when you do some blunder like that, because her last move was bishop a8, so exactly gave the opponent to play a5 and trap the knight, that how do you deal with it, whether how much you crack, knowing that, oh, how could I do that to myself, right? Because you have the mistakes which you do, and you have those mistakes which is completely unnecessary and is just a present to your opponent. And this was that kind of present. And look at that. It's not only that white has a piece up, but also she has her attack. Knight on e4, h5, knight h4, h6. I don't know. It just it goes all the way.
Yeah, this looks very tough for Black to deal with, but I think Polina did a great. I mean, she managed it, I think, very well. She's down a piece, but she has at least 2 pawns. The pawn on d5 is weak as well, and it's not like Black is getting checkmated right away. But I definitely saw a bit of a head shake there as soon as a5 was on the board.
Interesting way of doing it with going queen a5, pinning the queen. So knight d5 is not possible because of the queen exchange, and the d6 pawn would be gone. This is not the only way to deal with in this position, but I mean, of course, it's dead loss for Black, and also both players has a lot of time. Probably now she has in mind to just take on a6.
Yeah, she probably can just take the pawn on a6. The queen should always be able to make her way out. That being said, maybe there's like rook a8. Trade off the rooks on a1 and then the knight on e4. Oh, but then the rook on e8 is hanging. I assume it works, but there's definitely some calculation to be done.
Yes, there are some tactics going on there, indeed. And that's what White is calculating. Whether can I take on a6? Is everything okay? Of course, I would also think to consider knight f6, but I think knight f6 would be exaggerating. Even though king f6, queen c3 check, Black has to go back to f7, the knight g5, king g8, but I don't see anything more there.
Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, also, yeah, I don't see anything after king g8 either. So now we see a trade on e4. Black now has 3 pawns. Maybe that pawn on d5 could have been captured. But it feels like White definitely should be better here. The pawn on a6 is weak, and she still has attacking chances on the king side.
But I think Black significantly improved her position, because before she was just a piece down and passive position, and right now she only has a piece down, but at least she has activity on the queen side. Queen side is hers. It's like d4, you never know, d4, knight d5. I mean, Black is kicking.
All right, so we're going to fly the results of a poll. Who will win this matchup? Because there has been a poll in the chat. Do you think Zhongyi or Polina is going to win? So let's have a look at the results. Our chat thinks that 59% of the chat thinks Tan is going to win, and 41% thinks Polina is going to win. What do you think, Judith? I mean, right now it seems like Zhongyi is having an advantage in the match.
Well, I believe it's a complete lottery, but let's say I would put right now on Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, because it's even, and she's doing very well in this game. The pawn on g6 is so difficult to defend, as f5 is weakening this diagonal. There's always a queen c3.
Well, it was a weakening move by Black, but she didn't have too much of an option. Now, knight f3, interesting that she just forced the move f5 and coming back. There is a weakness on the center on e5. So I understand, but I think White could have played a bit better because there is not a complete harmony in her pieces. For me, the a5 queen is a little bit out. At the same time, probably it's about time now finally to take on a6, yes.
Yep, great move. If she would have taken that pawn earlier, there would have always been rook a8 trapping the queen. But now is a good time to take the pawn. Maybe she can make her way to the 7 rank and attack the king. Black cannot take the knight on e5, as then the knight on b6 will be hanging. So now Tan Zhongyi is up a piece for only 2 pawns, and it feels like Black's position is crumbling.
Well, absolutely. And, well, it was a threat. I would probably just go knight d5. That's what I would be thinking. Just look for activity. There nothing else can be for Black. I mean, that's already a great achievement if she can be very active. Finally, one day she can bring her knight to c3. That's a great satisfaction. You're not saving the game, but at least you have activity.
Exactly, yeah. So pawn h6 on the board. Nice move by Tan. Obviously, that pawn cannot be captured due to knight f7, and you win the queen. So king f6, wow, stepping the king up and attacking the knight once more.
I would also go king f6. I mean, okay, I'm lost. Let's make it interesting. Let's attack. Let's provoke. I mean, f4. is something that should be considered.
Yeah, nice move, solidifying the knight on e5, rook e6. Maybe at the right moment there can be a move like queen a7, threatening queen g7 with checkmate. But maybe black still has rook e7.
There are some tactics, for example, white can think of knight g4, giving up the knight, fg, rook e7, takes, and then take on b8. But then ooh, look at that, g4.
Wow, threatening
Very
g5
aggressive.
and putting pressure on the f5 pawn. Yeah, I think that was a great line that you pointed out. G4 also a nice move by Tom. It looks tough here for Polina. I don't think you're holding. I don't think black is holding this position together. I think white is just having way too many threats.
Well, fg4 I think was the only move, because otherwise at some point queen h7, queen a7, rook e7, g5 it could be almost checkmate. But here also it's very important that the idea I had that after rook e7 I would sacrifice possibly the knight. There is no need of sacrificing, just simply go knight g4 check, take on exchange on e7, and the b8 rook can be taken.
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't see a good way here for Polina to defend. I mean, queen g7 is checkmate on one. Queen f7 as well. If you go queen e7, you hang the rook on b8. So I think Tom has this one in the back. Rook e7, but now the line that you pointed out, knight takes g4. You take an e7, and then you capture the rook on. I assume you just capture the rook on b8, right?
Yes, there is no check or anything as a counterplay, but she makes it even more painful for black. Gives a check first, and the game is done. 2-1.
Yeah, great play by Ton as she takes the lead in the match. All right, so now we see knight f3 by Polina. Perhaps she didn't like the crossbot she got in the last game, so she's switching it up with a red. Is it Reti? How do you pronounce it?
I don't know. It's Reti for me. The Hungarian way of saying it. Reversed Grunfeld, right? And we have still less than 10 minutes from this portion of the match of 5 minutes and 3 seconds. So probably we have, after this, we might have one more game. It's all theory, right? It's completely theory. And it seems like both players know this theory as well. No, it's that just Tanjanji, she has more time than she started out.
Yeah, she's played the opening very quickly. Yeah, as you said, all of this is theory. It's a reversed Grunfeld, white putting a lot of pressure on opponent d5. Knight g4, that's a nice move to escape the threat of the bishop and attack that pawn on f2, which is a little difficult to protect here. Well, I mean, maybe, because if you go e3, now you're blocking your own bishop. Maybe there's just a move like h6 or f6.
Oh yeah, that would be too dangerous for white to put out on g5 the bishop on its own.
So Tan Zhongyi is thinking for the first time in the game, which on one hand is often a bit of a relief if your opponent is blitzing out every single move. On the other hand, it often also means that the move you made is a mistake because it was not a move that was recommended by your opponent's computer.
At first I thought it's only you mentioned and showed e3. I didn't realize that actually she played e3.
Yeah, e3 is on the board, and I don't see what you do with the bishop here. I think you have to go for some sort of counter sacrifice with knight takes d5, but I doubt that can be enough.
Well, what you can do is to attack the g4 knight with h3. And that's what she does. But it's kind of a little bit of desperation to me.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what Ton's gonna do. She can take the bishop on g5. She can also maybe go for a little desperado when knight takes f2. That being said, after king takes and pawn takes g5, then the pawn on d5 will be hanging. So what do you think is the best way to proceed here, Judith?
At first, what I notice is the expression of Polina, that she is torturing herself. That, oh, why did I do this? I mean, she has these thoughts. The expression on the camera, we see that she's busy. Why did I do this? And this is something that you can't really afford, I think, in a blitz game, or you shouldn't. But she's touched emotionally harder than what we can see on Tanjanji's face. That's for sure. But let's see. Instead of h takes g5, I would consider also knight f2. So to have a different structure, somehow to really make some bad mess in the pawn structure. Knight e4 will come. I mean, or knight a4 is also possible. So I think white will have enough counterplay and to be able to simplify it.
Yeah, I think if black would be...
Sorry, I was scared when white played e3. It was something that I wouldn't leave my bishop out on g5.
Yeah, I was very worried for Polina as well, but now it seems like she should have plenty of counterplay. Something like knight a4, as you mentioned, or knight e4, or maybe you take on d4 first. So I think she's done a good job managing the complications. Maybe black can now take the pawn on g4, as it is attacking the rook on d1 with a tempo.
Yes, but don't forget that after bishop g4, which is great because it's with tempo, but I can take your bishop on c5. Black captures back, and now again an intermediate move is possible. E takes d4, capturing the pawn because I'm doing well there, I think.
Right, so if take here, then take, and pawn takes d4 would have been a nice line. All right, so we have bishop e6 on the board. Good move by Tan Zhongyi. And after bishop e6, white captured the pawn on g5 and black took the pawn on g4, attacking the rook on d1.
Yeah, it's interesting. f7 pawn is hanging, but I think it would be not possible, or is it?
Interesting move. Yeah, she's at...
But what does she have in mind after bishop d1? Does she want to go knight h8? Probably she wants to go knight h8, so black has to go back with her bishop to g4 to stop bishop h3 kind of checks.
Yeah, perhaps what white can also do after bishop takes d1 is maybe just recapture with the rook, as then the rook on h8 is hanging. There's also knight takes e5, and if you move the rook to the wrong square, there's bishop to h3, and after rook h5, maybe she has the time to go for something like, actually g4, maybe bishop f3, even better. Let's put that on the board. Like, let's say black takes on d1. Maybe we just recapture, attacking the rook on h8, threatening the pawn on e5. And if black goes here, then there's bishop f3, attacking the rook and bishop g4, so white should get the exchange back.
Yeah, that's a nice line.
All right. So Tan Zhongyi was up like a minute and a half on the clock, but now she's spending that time to figure out the complications. So maybe she should just play a move like rook h5 or rook e8 right away to defend that pawn on e5.
That's a good question. Both has pluses and minuses. After rook h5, I would go f3. And when bishop goes back to e6, I have g4, which is important to push away the rook so the e5 pawn can be taken in the next move. If rook e8, then also I think f3 is possible. And if bishop goes to h5, then bishop h3 is possible. So now it's a position with a lot of tactics, needing calculation, which is obviously not simple when you have only 2 minutes on your clock.
Yeah, so let's see what Tan's gonna do. She does still have great potential for her position, as she has the bishop pair. Well, she does decide to take on d1, and Polina instantly recaptures.
Well, maybe rook. Yeah, it's not so easy. Some simplification will happen, of course, but I think white will gain back the material.
Yep, white should be able to at least get a pawn back. Like we said, in some lines, the exchange. So now Tan has to figure out, like, hey, what does she want to give back? Does she want to give back an exchange? Does she just want to give back the pawn on e5? In case white takes the pawn on e5, you might also have to give up the pawn on d4. Right now, Tan is falling a minute behind on the clock.
Obviously, it shows that she's in a position where she would definitely desperately need time. And that's the only thing she does not have.
All right, so rook h8, bishop h3 check played quickly, as now white is getting back the exchange. And let's see what Tan's going to do. Is she going to take the knight on f7 or just take the bishop?
Well, Shuvalova played very well the last few moves. She shuffled things, and Black misplayed it a bit. And now she has quite a good situation.
Yep. All right. So she takes the rook on c8. Let's see what Ton's gonna do. I mean, I think king takes f7 is the easier move as the bishop is under attack, and you also take the pawn on e3. So I think we're just headed for an equal endgame. Black will eventually get the pawn back, probably plant the bishop on d4, and I don't think there's much either side can do here.
Well, Black is just capturing on e3, and White had not too much to do because it was clear that it will happen. And d4 square for the bishop. What an outpost for the bishop. So, I mean, obviously White has to play bishop in e4. That's where it stays the best. So rook c1, I think, maybe. Yeah, that's what we have. Very logical. Probably Black will go rook f8.
And Polina quickly moved her rook to c2, indicating, I think, that she wants to keep this game going. If she wanted to make a draw, maybe she could have also offered a rook trade with something like rook f1. But she's giving play, which I quite like. Now maybe king h3 to g4 is an idea, or pushing these pawns up the board on the queen side.
Yeah. I mean, if I would ask you, which color would you rather play with? White or black?
I mean, I'd say right now it's probably just headed for a draw, but I thought definitely White still had some chances. But I'd say right now maybe White, the pawn on g5 is a little bit weak, and for Black it's going to be hard to push that e pawn. So I don't have a slight preference for White. What do you think?
For some reason, I also somehow feel that I would rather play it with White. It's not that I would have anything special. At the same time, I have no idea why I'm saying that, because the White bishop is also like stuck there. Because once you move there, rook f2 will be attacking on the second rank. So, and the bishop from e3 just defends the a7, g5. Everything is defended. So, but still, I think, rather play it with White b4, a4. I mean, now maybe we see a draw because it's going to be chasing the rook f7, f8. Black playing 4 more.
Yeah, king d6. She keeps the rooks on the board, playing the position. All right, so b4 White pushing up the pawns. But Polina also now has a little bit more time.
Yeah, but by king d6, we see that Black is playing 4 more. She thinks that there is some chance, or she has more chances than the opponent. Interesting, because she has much less time. And
yeah, I'm also surprised by that decision. I thought, like, hey, since she's up in the match, she's down on time. I thought she was just going to take the draw, but she's keeping the game going.
With 10 seconds on her clock. Very strange.
Rook d3. It's a little awkward to defend upon a4, rook d4. But now she's giving up the pawn on a7.
But, okay. I just thought for a second that after rook a7, g4 is possible. But, well, now it's a little shaky for White. Oh my god.
g4? Oh, almost winning.
Oh, yeah. Check, bishop g3. Oh my. Oh, yeah.
What a game. What a game. I thought it was just headed for a draw, but Tan Zhongyi takes a 2-point lead. Wow, who would have expected that?
But look at this. Look at this. This might be a crucial moment of the match. At least for this portion, for sure. And we finished this portion, if I understand it correctly, with 3-1 of the lead of Tan Zhongyi, right? Because she could make just a simple exchanging the rook and making a draw. But she went on with one of third time compared to her opponent, playing king d6 just to give the opportunity to make mistakes to her opponent. And look at that Shuvalova now is completely destroyed for the moment, at least. Because I mean, how can I lose this? It was...
Yeah, she definitely looked distraught after that loss. So let's have a quick look at the scoreboard. We see that Tan Zhongyi takes a 3-1 lead. We still have a very long match ahead of us, but a 2-point lead is definitely, a comfortable one. So let's see how Shuvalova is going to try to come back. Anyway, with all of that being said, we are going on a short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have more Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. See you soon.
Do you think the lipstick scandal ultimately hurt or helped your chess career?
Helped.
True.
For those that may not be familiar, because that was way before Magnus versus Hans kind of cheating scandals, my one wasn't along those lines, but people thought, at least a few people thought, that I had a microchip in my lipstick. That was on the New York Times, New York Post. I saw a cartoon drawn about me in Denmark. There was a blog and other news articles in places like Australia, because the story was so strange. It was so strange that media that would not be talking about chess picked it up because of how is it possible that a 20-year-old girl is accused of cheating and they say that there's a microchip in her lipstick. I played the best tournament in my life at the end of 2007, and there were 3 players that didn't believe that I can play that well. It really hurt at the time, and I ran out crying from the playing hall after the last game. But everyone stood by my side at that tournament, including the grandmaster that I beat at the tournament, the highest rated opponent I ever beat at the time, Grandmaster Christian Baer, and everyone else at the event, the organizers, the players. They all defended me and stood by my side, which meant a lot. And the story just went crazy. Like, I think I never saw my name mentioned these many times as back in the day in the media. And it wasn't for my chess achievements, it was for my lipstick.
But I just find that story...
You want to ask her if she had a microchip on her lipstick?
I do not believe you had a microchip in your...
I can guarantee that working your way through this course and solving all 1001 exercises will reward you not only with a greater tactical knowledge, but also with spotting more tactics in your own games. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony and I'm a Women International Master. I wish you a warm welcome to the course 1001 Chess Exercises for Beginners, authored by Franco Mazzetti and Roberto Massa, with videos by me. In this case, the knight on c5 is not protected, and so the winning move is g6. g6 is the discovered attack, but it is also a double attack, because not only are we hitting the knight on c5, we are also threatening mate on h7. In this case, rook c7. Black has no choice but to capture, and now our queen comes in. We've lured the queen away. Now the king is too far removed. It cannot protect the black queen, so we are going to pick up the black queen on the next move.
Need a clock that never hit zero? We just launched V2 of the chess clocks that have been flying off the shelves. This time with a brand new colorway. To order a clock before they sell it again, visit go.chess.com/merch or use !merch in chat. Alright, we are back with more Women's Speed Chess Championship presented by Julius Baer. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, joined by the legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Judith, we just had the 5+1 portion. What do you think about the 3+1 portion that's coming up?
Well, it was very exciting, and Shuvalova has to push the reset button and forget about all those heavy mistakes and missed opportunities she had, and then just focus on this 3-1 time control, which is not easy. But of course, she has chances. I mean, we see the games very balanced. The only thing is that Shuvalova makes more final mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we see the players here getting ready on the cameras. Judith, what do you make of their expressions?
I think Zhongyi has all her self-confidence. She knows that everything went perfectly fine up to this moment. She collected what she could. And Shuvalova is a little bit frustrated on the missed draw and some of the mistakes she understands completely very well, that it was completely unnecessary. So concentration is needed more.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we see Tang Zhongyi repeating the position. Do you think she's going to... Nah, I think it's a little bit too early to take a draw here. I guess with a few minutes on the clock, on the match clock, it would make more sense to make some draws, but I think now it's just you want to try to take advantage of your white games.
Well, of course, it is very typical in classical game and in any time control game. Whenever you have an issue with time, you just play knight g5 and going back and forth. Just a psychological little game and have extra seconds on your clock. And finally, we see the bishop staying on that diagonal. Look at that on a2, just like a sword towards f7. So finally, hopefully we will have some tactics. I don't know, knight h4, queen f3. Something can happen over there. But definitely there will be a lot of action here. c4 next move. So you can see both bishops are not very powerful yet, but any moment bishop takes e5 or something like that can happen. And maybe d takes c6. And the a2 bishop can be extremely powerful in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so very interesting opening here. We see the move c6 by Shuvalova, putting some pressure on the center. Queen b3, which might have perhaps been a missed opportunity. Maybe there was a sacrifice with someone like bishop takes c5. And we see Shuvalova just playing rook a8, keeping all of the tension in the position.
I had some very interesting games when I played my match with Boris Spassky, an amazing match. I was just, 16 years old. And we had quite a few Baer system because he was an expert on that. And, in the final game, we played an amazing match with a lot of action, whatever. What c5? C5? Look at this pawn structure. It's quite artistic.
Yeah, for sure. But continue your story.
So my story was that it was a 10-game match, and out of 9 games, I reached 5.5, so I won the match. We also changed location for the last game. And imagine, he was playing, he missed up the move order, and he played this rook e8 after knight d7, so I could go bishop f7 and capture the queen with this knight g5, knight e6. Last game, and I can't even say that I'm sorry that I missed it. I mean, how would be that? I missed it, so I just played the regular moves. It was a missed move order by Boris, and it was an amazing game. He won, but it was still a fantastic game. But he's a big expert on that. But we have so much action here. What is this? Knight d4, all the pawns are hanging.
Yeah, lots of tension in the center. A nice intermezzo here by Polina, bishop takes d5, attacking the queen on b3. All right, so let's see where Tan's going to go with their queen now. Maybe to like... I guess maybe the d3 or like g3 makes a lot of sense. But these games are so much faster, right? Those 2 minutes really do make a difference, as their players are already getting down to like 1.5 minutes on their clocks.
Bishop d5 is a nice intermediate move. And queen g3. I mean, even sometimes to include more intermediate moves like knight h5 before capturing the knight, it's possible.
All right,
Wow.
rook takes e5. I mean, yeah, taking the pawn on e5, not capturing the bishop, but it feels like that's inviting some tactics, maybe with a nice discovery by moving the knight. So let's see what Polina is going to do. I feel like this game can really go either way.
Yeah, some fun things can happen. If white could keep the d6 passed pawn, then of course it's a huge advantage, but I have doubts that there is any chance that white can keep that pawn.
Yeah, it feels like that pawn should disappear in the next couple of moves. That being said, this bishop was under attack. She moves it back to the d5 square. I feel like now if black is, let's say, able to keep the bishop and round the pawn on d6, black is having a very comfortable game.
Well, I would like to see white's knight, one of the knight on c5 shortly. That would make progress from white's side, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But black has the bishop pair, and in this position it makes it's a good stuff for black.
Yeah, the bishops are very powerful in an open board. And look at the clock. Now we see Tan Zhongyi dropping down. She's down to 35 seconds against 122 for Polina. So I think Polina is doing a great job. Maybe the break came at a good time for her to reset.
I like the move bishop d5 because it poses problems for white. And it was kind of also a little bit unexpected because I think it was more expected that the knight jump. At the same time, after bishop d5, you shouldn't forget that black cannot jump with the knight because the d5 bishop is under attack. So queen d6 is a must, so there will be exchange and knight c5. I mean, white is doing fine, but black is also very fine. Having the bishop on c4 is excellent place. Knight d5 next move, or knight d7. The computer doesn't like bishop c4. Maybe because of concrete measures of knight f3, it's possible to regroup, open up the diagonal for the black square bishop of white. I mean, the c5 knight is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
I like knight f3.
Alexandra c5 is doing a great job, and I think, yeah, perhaps she had to move that knight earlier, because now, yes, black has the bishop pair, but it's been traded out. There's no good way to actually keep both bishops on the board, and I feel like now the game should be headed for a draw. Although, if anything, maybe black is still a little bit better because her pieces are slightly more active.
Yeah, it depends whether white wants to capture the bishop, but I think there was no rush to that. But yeah, it can be tricky because black goes rook c3, white goes. It's unpleasant.
It's definitely
I
still
would
a little
keep
bit
the rook
unpleasant.
on b3. I would rook the pawn rook on b3. Why did she allow to come with the king to e3?
I think she was maybe a little bit worried that white would go king to the c2. Now white has activated the rook, and I guess this should just be a draw. Rook d6, and black doesn't have a way to keep the game going.
Is black going to be playing on? White is playing on. Look at that.
Wow, Tan Zhongyi again showing fighting spirit. We saw that also in the last game with the opposite color bishops, where she had the opportunity to force a rook trade, but she kept the rooks on the board and managed to win. Here also, she declines repetition, keeps the game going. So let's see if it will pay off again.
I mean, in the previous game, I understood her decision. Now I don't understand her decision. It's
We should still just be headed for a draw. Rook d8, threatening checkmate, but there's king h6 to stop it. So now you just drop the rook back. Yeah, I don't see a way here for either side to make progress.
Well, she forgot to go back to h5, so the pawn would be captured.
Okay, rook d8. Okay, now
Okay,
wait,
so
black's
why
getting
don't
some.
we lose this?
Yeah, wait. Isn't white just all of a sudden completely lost after rook takes a3
Yes,
or
but the
giving it
time.
back first?
Time.
Mm-hmm. Anything can still happen, but black has two connected passers. You know, even though you have 3 seconds on the clock, just I thought just push the pawn.
Come with the king.
So still not over. Wait, check and b8.
But why not king g4 first? Of course, with 2 seconds. Oh my
Okay.
god.
Wow, what a game. And eventually it ends in a draw. I think Zhongyi can be very relieved about that outcome. She was lost at some point, but, she kept her nerves and manages to save a very important half point.
Yes, but look at that. How crazily Zhongyi has the fighting spirit. At this point in this game, I believe that it was not that it's not only unnecessary, but it was kind of irresponsible decision, I can say. But she has her self-confidence, right? These decisions really show how much self-confidence she has. That I'm ready to fight until we have 2 kings on the board only. No matter what, I don't have to be better to move on out of the repetition. I'm going to be playing even a dead draw position because I think I'm good. I have to play it out, and let's give the opportunity to make mistakes for the opponent.
Yeah, no, very good point. Yeah, she's not afraid to play out any sort of position. All right, so let's see what we have here. We have a very interesting game. It started off as a Spanish 4 knights, and I feel like Black is doing pretty fine here. Maybe Black can go for a very quick castles, followed by f5 to put some pressure on that queen on f3.
Yeah, queen on f3 kind of looks funny. It's little no moves, but d4. Things are sharpening out here.
Yeah, I like what Polina did, going for the central push with d4. Now bishop d4, trying to trade out that bishop. Now I guess you just recapture with the queen. And the knight on h5 all of a sudden is a little bit off. And the black king is feeling a little bit airy on the g8 square.
Yeah, but the question is how black is going to continue, because suddenly after queen e4, bishop h5 would ruin the black's king side. So it looks pretty vulnerable, black's king position.
Exactly. I was wondering if black could go for a move like knight f6, but that might run into bishop to c4 check. And if you move your king to h8 or g7, then white can take on e5. Yes, she takes on d4, but now if white recaptures the queen, you have the threats of bishop takes h5 and queen takes d6, which is why she goes d5. But this leaves white with a great position as the black king is quite exposed.
It is. It is very exposed. Oops.
Rook d3, queen f6, trying to get the queens off. I think if Tan gets the queens off here, she is doing quite okay here. I mean, the double pawns aren't too much of an issue, I would think.
Probably white goes queen b4, for example, or queen c5, keeping rook f3 as an idea.
All right, she drops back to d2, but this gives black the opportunity to develop with bishop d7 or maybe bishop f5.
But I think black is doing completely fine.
Yeah, I think so too.
Nice activity, rook e8. Is the b2 hanging? Or that would be too much, knight d4. Cutting off the queen, going back to defend the king.
Yep, she agrees. She goes bishop to e4. Nice move. She's making it difficult for her to go rook f3. You can go pawn f3, but then your rook on g3 will be a little bit stuck, and black can maybe just move the bishop back and threaten to go h4 to trap that rook.
Yeah, after bishop e4, as you say, h4, and also later rook g8, the g2 can be a good target for black. Queen on f6, very optimally placed.
So she goes pawn to h3. All right, so let's see what Tan's going to do here. She goes rook to g8, aiming to put some pressure along the g file. All right, maybe like knight f4, putting some pressure on the pawn on h5. It still feels like it might be a little bit easier for black to blunder something, as, I don't know, the black king is still a little bit more exposed.
Which color would you take?
I would prefer white here, because I feel like the black king is more exposed. But which side would you choose here?
I would take black.
All right, interesting.
The potential, the potential that it's like rook g8, attacking, some tricks around.
Yeah, no, yeah, black definitely has a lot of
Bishop
attacking potential along the
g2.
g
Let's
file.
take on g2. Let's take on g2 and h4.
I'm a little bit surprised she didn't do that. She went bishop to g6. I guess keeping the idea of h4 alive, attacking the knight, followed by bishop b4 back. Okay, so
It's
let's see
also very
Kateryna's.
painful.
Yeah. Now the pawn on b2 is hanging. So let's see. Yeah, she goes c3 to defend it. And look at the clock. Tan is up a full minute on the clock.
But why is the bar thinks that white is better? Bishop e4, what do you do?
Maybe white can go f3. Because if you take out the bishop,
takes
white can...
f3.
Right, but white can take...
Ah, that's the
and then queen.
trick.
Yes, let's...
Yeah.
And I think because of that, she played rook g7. Maybe
Yeah.
we can show that line real quick. If black would have played bishop b4, there would have been f3. And in case black takes, we can recapture. And if black takes, then there's queen d4 check. And after rook g7, you cannot take the queen right away because the pawn is pinned, but you can give up your queen and now take, and white's up a knight, and white is winning. But we have more moves. Rook g7 was played, and now knight to d4.
Bishop f7 I don't like because it becomes very passive.
c5, good move though, attacking the knight, which doesn't really have a good square. You'd like to go to f3, but black just picks up the knight. So she goes back to e2.
So let's see how black will improve her position. Rook g5 maybe?
Yep, rook g5 makes sense. 17, queen g5 offering the queen trade, and Polina goes for it. Knight f4. Still feels like black has some weaknesses as rook e7 is coming next.
Takes rook f5, knight d3.
Knight d3 on the board. Maybe just take the pawn on a2 or bishop c4 attacking the knight. This d pawn all of a sudden is becoming pretty dangerous.
Interesting way of playing knight e1, regrouping it to f3.
Okay, rook d5, planning d3. But yeah, now white's in time to go knight d2, bishop a6. But the bishop here looks a little bit off. And I like f3, followed by king f2 to e3.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful to have the king on e3.
Yeah, but black very quickly picked up that pawn on a2, rook e1 check, and now the white king is pushed away. Now you have to give it the pawn on g2. Tan again, she keeps the game alive, as, like you said, she's confident that she can outplay her opponent in the time scrambles.
The bishop on a6 is kind of tricky. It can get in trouble, for example, now.
And it does, rook g5, and she's winning the bishop.
Yeah.
All right, this is not over yet, as black still has 2 pawns, and they're pushing up the board.
Yeah, but it's knight e4. It's I would bet on white, even with the very small time on the clock.
Yeah, the black king really is stuck over here. King h3 only move, but now you just check and pick up the pawn on h5. This should be a win for white.
And
not over yet. King e2 maybe. Trying to pick up the... Oh, knight e2. Now it's over.
So Shuvalova is back.
Yep, nice win for Shuvalova. Only down 1 point in the match now, and she switches it up. The ruler pass was not working out, really, for whatever reason. So she switches to the Caro-Kann defense. Do you think maybe she... I don't think she looked anything up during the break, as there was only like a few minutes, but maybe she just took some time to mentally reset and think to herself, like, hey, which opening do I want to switch to?
Well, I'm not sure if she plays it in classical games and how much she's prepared on this. But of course, in Blitz, you may also think of new alternatives, though I would be very surprised if at this point she would do it. I would more think that you do your own stuff, which you're prepared, and you move on to one-on-one or 1+1 time control. And there already you can go anywhere just to surprise your opponent and motivate yourself. And you just want to deviate something to put some pressure off yourself. But of course, Caro-Kann is a great opening, extremely complicated, right? And also, it can happen that you have problem yourself, let's say, against Caro-Kann or challenges, opening challenges, and you say, okay, why not? I want to try it from the other side. And but it's a very complicated game. I mean, look at that black setup, having the knight on d5. She's going to be going long castle. f5 is there, so very energetic position for black.
Yeah, I quite like White's position. It feels like the king didn't really have a safe place. She went queenside castle, but the king also doesn't feel super safe over there. F5 definitely is a move to kick the knight away, but then you always have to reckon with knight at g5. So Tan really putting some serious pressure with the white pieces, but you made a very good point. I think often a good strategy when choosing your openings, just try to think like, hey, what do I find annoying to face? So why not just play myself?
Now the e6 pawn is very vulnerable, so that's the big issue for black.
A4, nice move. Trying to go a5, and you don't really want to go a5 yourself. That pawn is always going to be vulnerable, but allowing a5 also looks problematic.
But you know what? Maybe I would go a5 with black, and she does. Because allowing a5 would be so much annoying that I'd rather have my weakness, but I have a very beautiful b4 outpost for one of my pieces, for the bishop or the knight.
Yep, bishop can go there, then I can go there. Now Tan puts her other knight on e4, rook g8, nice move, activating the rook. Maybe just double up the rook somehow, rook g4 maybe, taking the pawn on h4, followed by rook g8, would be a nice plan.
Rook g4 is a great post for the rook.
Let's see if she's going to go for that, or if she has another plan in mind. These pawns on f6 and e6 are also a little bit vulnerable, but it's not that easy to attack them, as the knight on d5 is doing a great job holding everything together.
Well, now probably in this knight b5 kind of pin is in the air. And that can be dangerous for black, especially that the a5 pawn can be captured after that.
All right, so she goes f5, but she allows knight g5. I'm not a big fan of that one, as I feel like the knight on g5 is blocking all the counterplay along the g file. I guess you just recapture the bishop. And yeah, I don't see how you continue here. You cannot take the pawn on... Oh, but now knight b5. I was just about to point it out. Forking the queen and the rook. And we see Shuvalova shaking her head. She probably missed that move, knight d5.
And it was there already in the air for the last several moves. Well, she had nothing else to try than to sacrifice her queen.
But it feels like black cannot have enough here. Bishop e3, as there's also so many loose pieces in black's position.
Oh, black has absolutely not enough counterplay, but she has her fighting spirit. And also that it's very difficult to give up when you blunder. You move on, you try. It's a blitz game after all. And try to consolidate your thoughts. I mean, this is not going to be a game where black can save it. Last time, losing position.
Yeah, so Shuvalova just resigns, keeping, I guess, more time on the match clock, giving herself a better chance for a comeback. And she opens up with 1e4, and we see another Spanish 4 knights, which I thought worked out quite well for Tan Zhongyi, but she switches it up with the move bishop to b4.
Yeah, 4 knights I was playing myself at some point, but I can't say I was a big fan of this opening. It was a very slow kind of building up. And we see a very symmetrical position.
So I assume when you, I think you alluded to this before, I think you always play the reload pass, right? That's also where you had that great match with Spassky.
Yes, but I played Scotch, and also time to time I played 4 knights, starting with after e4, e5, knight c3. I was the big King's Gambit player when I was a teenager. I became a grandmaster playing only King's Gambit. Can you imagine? I can't imagine anymore. How could I get along only playing King's Gambit until age of 13 or something?
Wow. And then I guess maybe one of your coaches told you like, well, maybe you should switch it up, or why did you abandon the King's Gambit?
Well, because it was not good. And the thing is that I played King's Gambit even with Bishop C4. So I was absolutely, I don't even understand how I could win games. And actually, I won. I won when I was 12. I won a very good game against Glenn Fleer, a grandmaster from England. So I played some good games and very successfully. But I mean, by the time I was 2,500, I mean, it is very clear that it was a huge hole in my repertoire to play only that. But I was, and very rarely in Blitz or Rapid, I played it against Topalov and some of the players, and I was even successful, bizarrely.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, no, I guess at some point the King's Gambit, especially if your opponents expect it, it's just a bit too risky, especially in
Exactly.
classical chess.
Yeah. For a surprise, it's good in very special circumstances, tournament situations. But here, Black has a great position.
Yeah, I think Black is doing pretty fine. The knight on e5 is doing a great job holding everything together. Why not Queen f4? Maybe Queen f5 coming next. Honestly, though, I don't really see a good plan for both players to do anything. Like maybe a plan for White can be to go like g4, h4, or g5, but it feels a little slow.
Well, probably I would still pick White. But well, rook b8 is quite reasonable. She wants to go rook b1, exchanging one of the rooks. But it's very difficult to discover something that something would really happen, right? There is no danger for any of the side. The question is where Queen e3, Queen c6 defends the pawn. Though maybe Black can get more now because he's very active. And now the rook on b1 is very powerful, queen on d4. So the f2 rook is a little bit tied there because cannot move because of all kind of queen g1 checks. And also with having the rook on b1, it can also go rook a1 and just without noticing it, but grabbing the pawn on a3.
Yeah, all of a sudden I quite like Black's chances. As you pointed out, rook a1 and rook takes a3 is a nice plan. And for White, it's hard to see what they're going to do in the meantime. Maybe Queen f5 and just try to go for a perpetual is an idea.
That can happen very easily. Actually, right now I don't see anything if White goes Queen f5. How can Black do anything against it after rook h1, king g3, maybe queen g1, trying to get... Black goes back. That's interesting.
Yeah, once again, Tan Zhongyi keeps the game alive. It's very interesting to see. I mean, she's been ahead in the match for most of it. You would think, if you're ahead, that you are not unhappy with the draw, but she wants to fight in every game, and it's been paying off.
Yeah. And now again, it's interesting that she created a pass pawn on a pawn. But of course, White should be able to just balance the game.
I would think so. Rook g3 now, threatening checkmate. And
Rook
then,
g8.
I guess, rook g8 to defend. Yeah, queen d7, nice move, stopping that a-pawn from pushing forward. Maybe, yeah, queen a6 to try to push that pawn again.
I would have been interested to see queen b5, Probably queen a7 anyway. Rook f3, rook f1, rook b1. Suddenly White can have quite reason. Rook d8. Now the White rook is tied to the d3 pawn. That's a nice idea, though. Very nice idea.
Yeah, I really like what Tan has done here. Now the pawn on d3 is weak, so the rook is a little bit stuck. The queen is stuck defending this pawn. So she slowly but surely improves her position with king h7, being sure that in case she does move the rook, queen e8 will not come with a check. And again, White just is going to have to sit and wait here.
Do you think she wants to go f5 at some point? She could play f5 in the previous move.
Yeah, I like the plan that she's gone for here. Rook d6 and queen d8, doubling up the queen. attacking the pawn on d3, and I don't know, a queen trade looks very scary, as then black can just push the a pawn, and he cannot ever move the rook, because that's going to hang d3.
Okay, so taking on d3, queen c5, queen e4, then black is better.
Yeah, white can take on c5 and take on a5. She might get a pass pawn herself, but it's going to be difficult to push that pawn off the board. So, yeah, Tan, again, we've said it before, her fighting spirit is paying off here. I think black's got great chances to win this one, as the e-pawn is going to push off the board very quickly.
Yeah, it's very nice already the way she created a great opportunity. Oh, queen c4. Black is winning.
Yeah, she decided to give a check first, but yeah, just take the pawn on c4 now.
I mean,
White
probably
is
e4 is
not going
winning.
anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, probably
yeah.
e4 was just winning because the king is far away, but why not to capture the pawn first, right?
Yep. Right, so f5, f4.
Queen d3.
Yeah, this looks super tough for white. Black is just such easy moves. Okay, the clock has expired, so this is officially the last game in the 3+1 portion. Let's see if Tan can win another game. That would mean a 3-point lead for her. There will be a lot of games in the bullet section, but a 3-point lead is very difficult to overcome.
Well, indeed. The only thing is that in 1+1 section, there anything can happen. It's a mouse game, partly. Fights of the mouse.
100%, yeah. So queen g6, 3 seconds for Shuvalova on her clock. It's, yeah, again, I think it's crucial that she holds this game. Wait, is there a draw now? Check and check. There's g6 and queen.
Oops.
She just takes the pawn.
Anything can happen, you see? Anything.
Except for, yeah, but now just check and, oh, you're just trading king f2. Oh no, but check, queen a1, queen a1. Queen e4. This is still winning. Queen a1 is the key. And no, because now it's a draw.
Oh.
No, but now white's winning h4. What a turnaround. Queen f3, queen f4. What a game.
I'm sorry, but...
Wow, Judith, I don't know what we just witnessed, and neither the players can believe it themselves. Look at Tan Zhongyi. She's in disbelief as Polina Shuvalova just made this a match. It's only a 1-point lead for Tan. It could have been 3.
Yes, but she's making already very risky decisions at some point. I mean, if you talk about it, what happened in this last game, right? She was playing a good game. It was no problem for black. After that, it was very equalish. Then she says, okay, I want to play until the very end. And then she got the winning position. And then with seconds on the clock, she misplayed it. It was a drawish. Then she had the winning. And then she was pushing all the way not to draw it, even the winning position, but lose it.
Yeah, shocking game. Yeah, I mean, again, I think had she won that game, a 3-point lead would have been very comfortable going into the bullet. I thought a draw for Polina would have been great already, keeping it to 2 points. But now it's only 1 point, so really anything can happen. Don't go anywhere, as we will soon be back with more Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship.
Do you often get upset when you read comments on social media about you?
Yes. It hurts.
Yes, that's the truth.
Probably the one that hurt me the most, or at least it was the most difficult to deal with, was during one of the candidates tournaments that I covered from the Chess.24 studios. We had a hashtag that was to send questions in to the casters. It was Pepe, Cuenca and me, and someone just figured that it's a great way to use that hashtag to bully me live on air. And the problem was that we've just asked like, oh, are there questions from the audience? And this person just sent like 12 tweets in a row. So only his tweets are on the screen.
No.
And they were all, it's not even mean or rude. They were just very sexual and very, I don't even know how to put it. When they question whether you're more than an object and someone that just should shut her mouth because...
I am so sorry.
Yeah, he went in a very not nice way about what's a woman's role.
Yeah. No, and to go through that, especially when you're live and it's, yeah, in the moment, and it's so hard to know what to do there. So that must have been absolutely terrible. I'm very sorry.
Thank you. Fiona was in the other studio, and as soon as we had a break, she gave me a big hug.
Yeah.
I think I needed it badly.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, few are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
I'm super happy now to announce the Create Your Own course for 2024, where we encourage everyone from the Chessable community to participate, to write their own course, and maybe become the next winner. And winner, chicken dinner, that's what you wanna be. Of course, there is a lot of joy in creating a course, but even sweeter is when you are standing on the podium, because winner, $5,000, and also second and third will get $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. So this is looking like an ultimate deal as far as I'm concerned, and you can tell I'm super excited to get through those courses to pick out the winner, which I am going to present very, very proudly. So what's there? What do you need to know in order to get started? First of all, you need to have a Chessable Pro membership. Kind of goes without saying that Chessable Pro membership has a lot of perks already. I am sure that many of you already are Chessable Pro members, but if you are not, here is now another reason for you to upgrade your membership to access all the many perks of Chessable. Be mindful of the fact that there is a deadline associated with this Create Your Own course contest, and that deadline is the 19th of October. So you definitely would like to get the ball rolling. Go to chessable.com/create, and I can't wait to collaborate with you.
And welcome back everyone to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. We see Zhongyi getting ready here. Judith, what do you make of her expressions as she just had a very tough loss?
Well, we could see her just a minute ago or two that she was very frustrated what went through on her mind. I mean, basically she had a 2-point lead in the match, just in her hand having the extra point with having 3-point lead. And I mean, let's face it, that would be already almost impossible to get back real chances for Shuvalova. At the same time, Zhongyi blundered, not even ruined, only to draw a winning position, but to get checkmated. So now there's extra energy for Shuvalova And of course, Tan has to show, okay, let's forget about this whole thing. I have a point ahead, and now let's go for the final 15 minutes of 1 minute and 1 second per move, and just try to forget it. As I'm telling you, it is not easy to forget these things when you just made a mistake and you're unhappy with yourself, with your decisions, what you have done.
And we are off. We see another real pass. So Polina switching back to 1e5. Perhaps she was not happy with how the Caro-Kann went for her.
Well, things are speeding up in every way, and let's see how they're flashing out the move. Finally, well, there is a change. It was before a3 first, and then bishop c2. Now we have a3, bishop c2 anyway, but in a different move order. And later on, probably a4 will be played, but bishop b2 and c4 also an option. Black one day possibly plays d5.
Yep, so now she goes g6, aiming to fianchetto the other bishop as well. But yeah, a lot of tension here, all the pieces still on the board. I like a4 by white, putting some pressure on the pawn on d5, and now d5, creating a lot of tension in the center.
I love these positions because we have such a beautiful tension in the center in many cases. Who takes what first? And here also, like the pawn takes on e4 or knight takes on e4. At the same time, it happens that there are a lot of tension in the center and suddenly everything is simplified, exchanged. But now I like white's position, to be honest. Bishop d4, exchanging the dark square bishop. And the white square bishop is much stronger than the black-white square bishop. c4.
She takes some b5. I like the fact that she recaptured with the c pawn, opening up her bishop. And now I guess this looks very even. This is probably just headed for a draw.
I mean, some of her decisions of what white played, a takes b5, was very surprising for me because she gave up all the tension what there was and the possibility to have a good bishop versus bad bishop. And now it's a very equalish, and I would doubt that she has great hopes for getting anything in this position. Queen e6 optimally placed over there.
Right, but I'd say if anything, maybe white is still a little bit better. Her king is a little bit more active, although, of course, objectively, this all should just be a draw. I guess Tana is just going to play this out, right? Which is what she has been doing this entire match.
Probably that's what she does. Queen on c6, I like it very much. In these kind of queen end games, I like it that actually you have to find a good square. Like now, queen d5 would be an excellent optimal square for the queen, for black. Queen on f5 was also there. But the only thing what black can be afraid of, if white can take off with her king to d4, c5, and somehow start eating up the pawn on a6 and b5. If white has to stay here, then it's a draw, and we see a draw. So it was not such an exciting with a lot of action. It was a very simplifying game. But let's see this.
All right, so now we again have a reversed Grunfeld. Let's see, I think the players will probably repeat the opening that we saw earlier. That game, by the way, took 3 minutes. So given the fact that there's 15 minutes in the 1+1 portion, there's approximately going to be 5 or 6 games. Wait, I think Polina might have slightly misplayed the opening here.
Black has a wonderful position. The bishop pair, black plays f5, e4. What a space advantage for black.
Yeah, black can get f5, e4, and also h5, h4 is often a nice plan. f5, maybe now h5 or e4 or c5, grabbing the full center. Yeah, this doesn't look good for Polina.
I'm not sure.
Things definitely went wrong.
I'm not sure c5 was needed, to be honest.
Yeah. Queen c2, c5. Yeah, black having full control over the center here. And again, I still like the idea. Okay, she goes f3, but now e3. Where do you go with the knight? I guess you have to go to b3.
f4, cool move, very good move. Look at the g2 bishop forever. Forever.
Wow, this is painful to look at. Bishop f5 is a nice next move. And look at the clock. Tan having 53 seconds and only 19 seconds for Polina.
Well, basically, Tan is dominating the match because if you think about it, she has good positions and even equalish positions. She's moving on, playing, trying. and he's the one who is always trying to go further and further. F6.
Right, f6, queen e5 will be forced.
Five.
She goes castles. Well, I did not see that move
Very
coming, but I
unexpected.
still feel like black should have a great position as that bishop on g2 is just dead.
Interesting decision of castling.
Queen e5, Polina hanging on here. Maybe just take the pawn on f4, because even in the endgame you should have a great advantage. No, wait, check? Check and rook g1. Wait, like she's getting checkmated here.
Look at that. What was the reaction of Tan Zhongyi?
She definitely was a little bit shocked. She didn't see queen g5 coming. f5, if you take bishop h3, and black is losing either the bishop, she goes, oh, bishop h3, and that's checkmate.
What a turning point of the match. Completely open. Frustration for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, again, a crucial game. Had Tan Zhongyi won that game, she would have been up 2 points. Everything looking good. But now it's even with only 9 minutes on the clock. This match can go anywhere.
Very strange setup. Not a classical marshal, but knight a5 first.
To be honest, I kind of like the opening by Polina. She's going for very active play, even if it could come at a cost of a pawn. Instead of playing these slow reload passes, which have not been working out in her favor, we now see queen trade, but I feel like black should be doing perfectly fine as she has very active pieces.
Well, I'm also shocked from the previous game. That's why I myself, and I'm only the commentator, I still have this stress moment, what she had to go through in this blunder, what she made, the biggest blunder of the match by either side.
Yeah, I often have the same thing, that I'm like watching these games and I'm stressed watching, and then I think like, well, I wonder how the players feel. I mean, they must be even more stressed playing. In the meantime, Polina is doing very fine here. Maybe just trade an e1, and white cannot recapture with the rook, as that's going to hang the pawn on a2.
Yeah, bishop h3, bishop f3. I mean, black is doing very fine.
Exactly, and maybe now rook e2, hitting the pawn on b2. She goes d5 instead, maybe king of 1 to stop all of that. White has some weaknesses on the f-file, but black has that weak d5 pawn. So I feel like it should be approximately even.
Yes, but if black can reach out with her knight from f6 to h5, f4. Oh, look at that. Rook d4, g5. No, the bishop couldn't. It was a bad move to come to g2. The only thing is with the bishop to go to c8 and look for counterplay. And look at this big pawn on g2.
Yeah, remember the last game.
Collapsed.
Yeah, remember that last game where white had a dead bishop on g2? We see that here once again, and now black having full control in the endgame. I mean, this could be the moment where Polina takes control of the match. She just had a few lucky wins, if I may say so. But now she's in full control, and if she picks up the lead here, we might see Tan Zhongyi getting a little bit upset.
Well, right now she's having an awful position. Basically, black has a piece up, if I want to exaggerate a little bit. I mean, look at the bishop. You can go to g2 and h1. Not a big perspective for your life. Rook h6 was actually there. I mean, black is just collecting all the pawns.
But now
Bishop
at least bishop f1, that bishop is coming back to life. But it does come at a cost of a pawn, and there goes, if she can... but here goes a d pawn.
f3. Oh, poor white.
Bishop e. Oh, knight g2 to e3. That's game over. Yep, and Polina takes the lead. Rook e2 is even checkmate.
Well, now there is a, this what we had this ice of bucket. That's what Tan should have to recover and bounce back from this last several games, which was a nightmare for her.
And she completely switches it up by going for the Pierce defense. Earlier on in the match, she played e4, e5. All right, so let's see. Polina going for a trade here. Feels like Black should be doing fine here. Let's keep in mind, everybody, that there is 5 minutes on the match clock. I feel like there will probably be another game after this, but this could also be the last game. So Ton has to win this one or the next game.
But you see that how solidly White is playing, exchanging on e5, exchanging, controlling the b5, very symmetrical position. And also it happens many times that like this, in this moment, I think with Tan Jinju about the problem that nothing works for me, so let's play something. You know, you have this frustration that I can't believe I'm making this mistake again, and what did I do, and why did I go passive, why did I blunder, why all these questions crossing your mind extremely fast. So you can't even think so clearly as she was in the first 1 hour or more or less, the way she played the 5 minutes and 3 seconds and basically pushing it too hard, and that was he fell into that story.
I feel like she should be doing pretty fine here with the black pieces. She's having more space. White shouldn't be worse, though.
Well, I don't know, but she basically outplayed Shuvalova again. I mean, Black has a wonderful position. I don't know how good it is, but okay, h4, knight h5 will come there. I would take Black. You wouldn't?
Yeah, no, I like Black's chances here. Rook a2, I think, a good job keeping the rooks on the board. And knight h5 to g3 is a nice plan, and she's also up 20 seconds on the clock.
Knight g3.
So it's always interesting in a match. Like, we see that Polina was behind for the entire match. Right now, all of a sudden, she's ahead. So it's always interesting to see how both players will deal with that change in dynamic. Bishop g5?
Yeah.
Bishop 4 looks pretty scary.
And you know what is very scary for White? Queen a6 is the plan of move c5 previously. So rook a1 and knight f1 at the same time.
She goes rook a1, but rook d1, I don't know. This might not be well timed. Now, all of a sudden, White's up upon, and this bishop on e7 is kind of passive. If Polina wins this game, I think she wins the match.
And in the last few moves, it didn't go on the way for Tan.
No, certainly. Okay, now she's fighting back, though. The pawn on c2 is weak. If she can go bishop g5, she would put some pressure on the knight. But now, knight d5? Queen e5 instead.
Queen d5. Wants to simplify a lot.
Okay, bishop c5, bishop c5. Well, it was missed.
Oh.
Lots of some mistakes made here by both sides. Okay, bishop g5, it's still not over, but now White can just take
We're on the seconds on the clock.
This looks like a very... Oh, play with 1 second. Rook c3. Oh, she takes, but can she hold here? If Polina wins this game, the match will be over, so it's crucial for Tan that she holds here. Rook c4, I think she will. White's kind of passive. Rook c3. Rook c3. Maybe just rook back, yeah. Wow, a crucial hold there for Tan Zhongyi. As the last game starts with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. So if Tan wins this one, we will go to overtime.
No surprise in the opening this time.
All right, so let's see. We have a martial attack here, martial gambit. But Polina's thinking, I don't understand why.
Yeah, in a 1 minute, it's not logical.
All right, so c6, all of this is heavy theory. Bishop d6, rook e1, queen h4 is a move here, bishop f5 as well. Let's see what maybe Tan has looked at this before the match.
Well, this is usually simplifying to endgame, taking on d5. Many times White is having a pawn up without queens, and Black has full compensation with a pair of bishops.
And in case anyone is wondering, in case Ton wins this game, like I said, we will go to overtime. And let me explain to everyone how overtime works. We will play 4 games of 1+1. So it's either first to 2.5, or who leads after those games will win the match. I have no idea what happens in case those 4 games end in a 2-2 tie. If it's still tied, then we will go to an Armageddon. But Judith, what do you think about this position right here? Black having the bishop pair, but having the isolated pawn on d5. I feel like Black should be doing pretty fine.
I think white has a nice position. I mean, bishop c5, I thought it will happen maybe in the next move. If white could be somehow, in some way or another, exchange the black square bishop, then it would be a great, beautiful game. The g6 bishop, I'm not crazy about, and I think that's the biggest challenge for black, how to place the white square bishop into somewhere a better place, like h3 would be a good fit for this position. Of course, queen c4's idea is to go rook e2, so white has to do something with this. That's why rook e1 is played, but I think it favors black that there was the rook exchange. And black became very active suddenly in the last few moves. I mean, the queen from c8 became an active player on d3. And this can be a problem, but if white can go knight d4, then all the squares are protected, so that's very important. But still, I like the bishop pair for black.
Yeah, I feel like black should be doing very fine here. King f2. Perhaps bishop e5 was played to stop knight e4. All right, so let's see. Queen c2 can be played at any moment. Polina keeping the queens on here. Here, I like bishop d4, the plan that you mentioned earlier, to try to trade off the bishops.
Well, of course, she's going back and forth. The draw is enough for her victory of the match.
e3, protecting the pawn. All right, 19 seconds. Okay, knight c5 maybe, knight d4. But this allows black to trade. That might just be a draw, followed by queen d3. I don't see how you keep the game going here.
Well, Shuvalova is just one step away from winning this match.
Yeah, check, and okay, if you move the king, you hang b2. Okay, she
You can
forces the
go.
queen check.
Oh, wow! Shuvalova is winning the match. Turned it over.
Yeah, this should be an
Amazing.
elementary draw here. The bishop is holding everything together.
Wow! What a disappointment for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah,
What a
unless a miracle happens here, black is just gonna
Yeah, now
go to the
bishop
draw.
b2. Black could go bishop d1 and capture the pawns. I think she could have even some chances.
Black
And having
could go
all
for
the
the win.
pawns, having all the white pawns on white square, it's deadly dangerous.
But she probably realizes she only needs a draw here, so I think a lot of players would just be very tempted to just sit and wait here with bishop b3 to c4, as there's absolutely nothing white can ever do here.
Exactly.
Wow, and Polina wins this match. What a shocker, as Tan was in complete control for almost the entire match.
Yeah. She had good nerves. She was fighting all the way. We can see her happiness, relief. That's clearly seen on her face, and she's proud of herself that she could turn it over.
Yeah, so great stuff by Polina Shuvalova. Let's have a quick look at the scoreboard. We see that Tan Zhongyi took the lead in the 5+1 portion. Then Polina won the 3+1 portion, brought it back to 1 point, and then she won the 1+1 portion and wins by 1 point. But Judith, what a shocker. I mean, I thought Tan Zhongyi was playing great chess. Again, then she lost that shocking game, the last game of the 3+1 portion. And yeah, but Polina, credit to her. She always kept fighting, and she managed to come all the way back.
Yes, I think this really one game which was completely unbalanced on Zhongyi, where she lost that queen end game, the final game of the 3+1 portion. Because that was the moment, and she understood that she was playing on a very drawish, equalish position. She created all the possibility, the winning position for herself. She just had to practically queen the pawn from e2 to e1, just one good check. And then she has 3 points ahead. She wraps it up. She wins the match and goes on to the next stage of the tournament. And something happened, and then she was just outraged what has happened. And basically, she didn't have enough time to recover. But of course,
I
all
think
the respect for Shuvalova that she took
yeah,
her
I
chances.
think I think indeed that last game really might have upset Tang Junxi, and she didn't fully recover. Anyway, we are going on a very short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have an interview with Polina Shuvalova. So we will see you at the other end of this break, as we will have more Women's Speed Chess Championship presented by Julius Baer.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Rapid or classical?
Rapid.
Rapid.
Over the board or online?
Over the board.
Online.
E4 or D4?
E4.
E4.
Knight or bishop?
Knight.
Knight.
Work on opening theory or endgame technique?
Endgame.
Both.
Face the Sicilian defense or the King's Indian defense?
Sicilian defense.
Or King's Indian.
Favorite opening as white?
1E4.
Yeah, 1E4.
If you can play against any historical chess player, who would it be?
Michael Tal.
World champions from the past, all of them, especially Fischer.
What's your favorite post-game snack?
Something spicy. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually take banana during the games,
yes.
But post-game it's some snacks.
Snack, yeah.
Something spicy is what we prefer.
Coffee or tea?
Tea.
Not both. If I have to drink, I'll drink it. One of them.
Dosa or idli?
Dosa.
Yeah, dosa.
Favorite cricket player?
Dhoni.
It changes. Right now it's Virat Kohli.
Favorite witty chess player?
Anish.
Anish.
Better player growing up, Craig or Vaishali?
When exactly is the question, yeah? Growing up, I think till some point I was just trying to catch up. She was just much stronger then.
Yeah, at some point he became very strong.
Messi or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
Federer or Nadal?
Federer.
Federer.
Favorite sports athlete of all time?
Mary Kom, I've been following her a lot.
It keeps changing, but right now, as I said, Virat Kohli.
Cab or auto rickshaw?
Cab.
Auto.
Veg or non-veg?
I prefer veg.
Yeah, if I have to take 1 foot of all my life, I think it would be veg.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
what we've seen just now at the Julius Speed Women Chess Championship, and we have with us the winner of today. And hello, Paulina, congratulations with your victory. You are an incredible fighter. Can you tell me your first feelings right now? Because I'm sure you had some interesting, tough, exciting moments.
And yeah, I'm happy that I managed to win it. Well, I felt that after the first game, I had some chances in playing on seconds, so I thought that I will have some chances in bullet portion, and yeah, I think it was very important game which I won before moving on to the bullet segment. Because it was very tough for me, and then I just saw this checkmate h4 from Puzzle Rush, and it just came right in time, because otherwise going into the bullet having -3 with just 15 minutes to play, it's not much to play, it's not much game, and it would be much harder task to come back. But having just -1, I felt that in the bullet portion, I was playing better, I think, and yeah, I gained my points there.
So basically, if you look at back, what was the first crucial moment when you thought that you lose the match, and what was the moment when you thought that you're going to win the match? Were there these turning points? Or was there any
well, yeah, I think there were. I never really thought like I have completely losing match. I thought I would have some chances, but of course this game, like the last game of 3+1 segment, was very important because I was just outplayed in that game. I received nothing in my openings. I understood that I keep receiving nothing in my openings with white, and it was quite tough for me. But after winning that game, I thought that yeah, okay, we'll just play some bullet, and maybe I can win or I can lose. We just see it. It's now just 1 point, the difference, so it is very close. So it should be a lot of game there.
So what was your feeling when you started out the match? You play against a very serious player. She has, in classical games, she has a clearly higher rating than you have, even though you're a fantastic talent and great player. When you sit down to play against her, and also after several games, you notice that there were quite a few games where it was very equalish position, and it was clearly that Tan wanted to push it. She had all the self-confidence that she's the one who is going to be outplaying you. What feelings does it give to you that she underestimated you? She just thought that whatever equalish position, she's going to outplay you? Or what did you have? What feelings you had on that?
Yeah, actually, I was very surprised when she was playing on this ending with opposite colored bishop. I mean, in the portion 5+1, when she declined to play rook g7, rook f7, and exchange the rooks, and yeah, that was the right decision from her, because I just collapsed in that game. So I think that she has this thing, that fighting spirit. Yeah, I understood that she would like to win me probably in every single game. So I think that's right attitude, and I was doing the same. I also wanted to beat her in that end game. So I think that's just how we should play. And
You mentioned... Go ahead, sorry.
No. Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned that you had this fantastic H4, which this puzzle rush preparation worked in the last game of the 3+1 time. What is your preparation when you play in an online event like this, whether it's Blitz? How do you feel about having different time controls just within 2 hours? Is it very difficult?
I'm now playing in classical tournaments, so I didn't really have time to prepare for Tanya. I just checked some openings, but it's, as the match shows, it just didn't work in any sense. So I solved some puzzle rushes before the game. I walked, and I think this format is very interesting. It starts with a slow portion of 5+1. It's extremely slow, like a long game, and then you just waiting it to end and to play some faster controls. And it's important not to give a big margin in the points. So, like, of course, having come back with -4 as Jan Nepomniachtchi did is fantastic, but you're not doing this every time you play. So, yeah, it's important to just play, to keep with the time, and to be able to change quickly with it. As generally, the most important thing that this matches is playing with 1 second increments, so it's not a lot. It's enough to be able to make a move, but not to really, like with 2 seconds, to really get some more time, some extra time. So you just need to play on your instincts, and in this case, like playing bullet also helps.
Well, thank you very much, Paulina. I wish you good luck for the further part of the tournament in the quarterfinal. And good luck if you just mentioned that you play in some classical tournaments, so it must be quite challenging. So good luck there and good luck here. And thank you very much for
Thank
the
you.
entertainment show, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Edith.
Thank you. And now we move on to the next part of today's match, and we see the brackets right here. We're going to have a very interesting match coming up just in a few minutes between the very talented young girl Alua Nurman and Kateryna Lagno. Kateryna Lagno is a 3-time women's blitz world champion who's extremely tough and huge experience. So the different generations clash will be just in a few minutes. And we have back my partner. Ben, what do you think about this part of the event and the thoughts what Paulina had to say? She was so nice expressing her thoughts, and she also thought about this special game, which was just the turning point, which we mentioned. And what do you think about the next matchup?
Yeah, no, it was a great interview between you and Paulina. Was definitely enjoying it a lot watching it. And yeah, I think everyone can clearly point at that game like as the turning point. It felt like Tom was in control, and had she won that game, I honestly did not see Paulina coming back. But she won that game. She was only 1 point behind. Sorry, and I think that also gave her the confidence to pull through in the bullet portion. So yeah, we just witnessed a great match, but we are going to see another great match. As you said, the match between Kateryna Lagno and Alua Nurman. Kateryna is one of our invited players, and Alua is one of our qualifiers. She won the very first play-in. So, as you mentioned, she's a very young and upcoming player. I honestly played her as she was on the Gotham Knights when they won the Pro Chess League, and we drew that game. So, she's a very strong player. She can definitely hold her own, but I definitely have to give the edge to Kateryna. As you mentioned, she's a 3-time women's blitz world champion. So I don't know. Do you think Alua has a fighting chance against Kateryna, or do you think it's just Kateryna's experience that's going to be the deciding factor here?
Well, of course, Kateryna is a very experienced player. She in all level, like it's classical. She's up there in the top women players for a long time. Also in blitz and rapid, she's very fast. She was a huge talent when she was just 10, 11, 12. I remember her. And she's a great fighter. She's a mother of 4, I think. So she's quite a character and a fighter on the board. But of course, when you see youngsters around, they don't have the experience. At the same time, they have this hunger. They love the game as well. They are just the beginning of their career. I mean, the energy level can be much higher. And of course, when you come to play a blitz match and online, then anything can happen, no matter who is better or worse. At the same time, obviously, I would put my money on Kateryna at first, but that seems too obvious. So we'll see how much in the match Kateryna can show her experience over unexperienced young girl. But it's always it's always very good to see when there are newcomers in the open section, in the women's, a lot of girls who tend to take chess very seriously. And it's interesting to see these matches all the time when you see very experienced players versus a prodigy or a young talent. So I'm looking forward what kind of preparation they have. And of course, you have to have a very strong mental preparation for these matches, because one move and it can really decide or turn around, as we've just seen it.
Yeah, no, either way, we have a great match ahead of us. I'm very curious to see what kind of preparation the players have done as well, both chess and mentally. But we are going on a break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will see the match between Kateryna Lagno and Alua Nurman as the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship will continue. We will see you at the other end of this break.
We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebounder, Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
I strongly suggest you stop banning me when my account didn't even have an entire game played yet. This seems very unfair. I'm better than 100% of your GM level players and you stupid banned me. WTF is your SU? I hope Bobby knows it and is auto-resigning in his grave. You.
Wow. Dan, you want to run with that one?
I thought maybe you would take it. I mean, he apparently, if we're banning him before he's even completed a game, I don't know. I mean, kudos to you and the crew, Casa. I don't even know what else to say to that.
A lot of times people that, have played games, they might finish them and they react and they're so hot, and step away from your laptop or your phone, decompress a little bit, give yourself the opportunity to turn that temperature down before you respond. Like that's the first bit of advice, because if you're dealing with support like that, you're gonna have a hard time dealing with people in your own life. So take a moment, think before you make that move, and then maybe then the response will be a little bit different. Rest in peace, Bobby Fischer, one of the goats of the game. At the end of the day, I don't think he's auto-resigning in his grave. I don't believe that. I think he might have a lot of perspectives on the way the game has gone. I don't think he's thinking like that.
Why should I open a new account if you guys keep on closing them?
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, we're closing your account for a reason, and so the behavior has to change for you to, keep an account open for an extended period of time. So clearly the behavior isn't changing, and that's, why you're in the situation you're in. There's such a great opportunity to enjoy your time on the site. We have so many things you could do. You could play, you can talk to people, you can learn, you can watch top games. Your experience is going to be soured if you're, making these decisions. So
do better. Do better. I like that. Maybe we'll get lucky and that user will watch this video and just maybe that'll be all they needed to hear. Oh, do better. Okay.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, few are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
We can't even see Yifan anymore. We just see her hands. Whoa! Bishop takes e4. That's her calculation mode. That was nuts.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top, that's one, not two or three.
If there is no...
Oh, she blundered a piece! Oh my god.
Such a fork, rook d4.
This is speed chess.
Yes, anything can happen.
All I do is win and look good from the top. Let's go. I am unstoppable.
What a streak.
Knight takes g7. Oh my gosh. Kateryna's unstoppable right now.
This is her 7th win in a row.
I don't have a limit, I'm just getting started. I am unstoppable, ask anybody.
Oh, queen h1. Wait. Unstoppable mate on h1.
We will see knight e6. She saw it.
I just be making them plays. Get money too when I'm winning the race. Pick up the pace.
Oh, she pre-moved king f7.
Queen! Queen is done.
1 second, she's got to move.
Oh no.
No way.
Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
And welcome back everyone to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. I am Grandmaster Benjamin Bach and I am joined by the legendary Grandmaster Judith Bolger. Judith, we just saw a very exciting match between Zhongyi and Polina Shuvalova, but this one also promises to be exciting. We are going to be watching Kateryna Lagno against Alua Nurman. What are your thoughts about this match?
I'm very interested. I'm curious to find out what is this match going to be, whether it's going to be a very tight match with ups and downs, or is it going to be very clear, dominated by Kateryna, as we know her as a very good blitz player. So this is going to be the first question for me. And I think after several games, after 2 games more or less, we will see whether is it going to be a very close match or who is going to take over. And then we are going to see some ups and downs. So we are inviting our viewers to the roller coaster ride when we talk about blitz and then 3 minutes and then bullet. So I think it's very clear that we are going to see some ups and downs. But I think both players are very focused and already very much in the concentration mode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed. Kateryna should be the favorite, as she has a lot of experience. She is one of our invited players, whereas Alua is one of the qualifiers. She won the very first play-in. Let's talk a little bit about these players as they are getting ready. Kateryna is 34 years old, so she is the more experienced player. She is also a 3-time Women's World Blitz champion, which will definitely be quite important in this format. She's also a 2-time European Women's champion. I'm also told that she is the wife of Alexandra Kosteniuk, and she's the only player, Judith, to have played in all of the 5 Women's Speed Chess Championships events.
Well, this also shows very much that she loves to play blitz. This is one of the signs of that when you play all these blitz championships. And of course, it also shows how much she loves, or she must love, the blitz, as she's 3-time world champion in blitz, because it means that you have to be very focused, very concentrated, very good nerves, and be able to make incredible decisions in fraction of a second. Only that kind of personality can have these results, clearly.
Mm-hmm. And here we see the players getting ready. Let's talk also a little bit about Alua Nurman. She is 17 years old, so an up-and-coming young talent. She represents Kazakhstan. She's awaiting her WGM title. She's also a 2-time Asian Youth medalist. She's also the 2023 Pro Chess League champion with the Gotham Knights. As I said earlier, I actually played her in one of the matches, and we drew that game. So she's a very strong player, and she's pursuing a career as a graphic designer. But Judith, what do you make of her expressions as she's getting ready for the match?
Well, we've just seen her kind of meditating, focusing, trying to calm down and get in the mood of playing. And she's relaxed. She knows that she has an incredible challenge ahead of her because it is very clear. So the question is whether Kateryna will have the pressure, and is it going to be a burden for her that she kind of has to win because that's what she is expected to do. That's what she is expecting from herself, that she's going through to the quarterfinal by winning this match. But you know how it is in Blitz, anything can happen. She knows it exactly because she has a huge experience. But you can see that both players are very much already in the starting line and waiting for a shoot to get the time clock the clock start, and then let's go for it.
Yeah, they're probably going to run some last technical checks, making sure everything is ready. But yeah, both players are ready to start. Like you said, they're locked in. And yeah, I guess at this point, they just want the games to start. And we are off. Kateryna opens up with 1e4, and we see the Sicilian by Alua.
So let's see. Oh, not the d4 open Sicilian, but going to sideline, bishop b5, like so many players, right? So we start with a kind of solid game.
Right, and Alua went for the line with bishop d7 and recapturing with the knight. Okay, so there's still a lot of play in this position. Kateryna going for a center here with c3 and d4. What do you make of this opening so far?
Well, it's not such a big deal. Black goes d5, forcing white to decide whether pushing e5, knight e4. And black is developing with the bishop to e7 castles. Most likely white is going to go knight d2, exchanging the very active knight. So it's a very symmetrical position with little space advantage for white, but it's no big deal at all. There has to be some very serious mistakes that either of the side would take a serious advantage.
Yeah, we see here that white is having more space, like you said, in the center with the pawns on e5 and d4. The advantage that black has is the fact that these pawns on e5 and d4 are on the dark squares. And we have the dark square bishops on the board. Generally speaking, you want your bishop to be off the color of the pawn so that you can attack them, right? This bishop over here can never attack these pawns on d5 and e6, whereas the bishop on e7 can potentially attack them. So I feel like Alua is doing pretty fine here.
Well, I was wondering if h6 was a must or was it a good move. That's the only thing. Of course, black played h6 before queen b6 because probably after queen b6, bishop g5 or knight g5 was something that she could have been worried. But we have to know that h6 is a committal move from the point of view that after h6, most likely you're not going to play f6 and break the center, because after that already there would be weaknesses on g6, a serious weakness. So after h6, black wants to keep it that way. And yeah, rook c8 is very logical. Probably she will be also doubling. Black can play a5. After that, maybe possibly trying to exchange the queens. h4, h5, very common and practical improvement. Space. That's what we are playing for space advantage.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with the move knight f8. It looks a little bit passive to me. It feels like the blacking on g8 should be safe enough. I didn't think it necessarily needed another defender. Queen c6 was played. I guess she was aiming to go queen c4 and offer a queen trade, so Kateryna steps out of the way preemptively to keep the queens on the board, and maybe she wants to go bishop b4 and trade off the bishops.
And also I think queen d2 has an idea also that black cannot play a5, because that could be an interesting idea for black to push b5, a5 and try to play b4, asking the c3 bishop, even though it's not standing well, but it's blocking the c line. So that would be a great progress for black if, let's say, we could put, let's visualize the 2 pawns, a5 and b4. But black is doing, for the moment, I think, very fine, doubling on the c line. Of course, a5, b5 is very difficult at the moment to execute it with black.
And here we have a very interesting moment. Rook a1 and rook c8 was played. Kateryna has the opportunity here to go bishop to a5. Let's put it on the board real quick. And give up 2 rooks for the queen. Black would be forced to take. And then take here. And the big question is, who does this favor? Why do I have the queen? And black will have the 2 rooks.
Let's get 3 fast. Let's cut the two rooks separate. But after bishop c3, rook a1. So it's not so easy to trap the rook. Though maybe it's trapped with rook a1, b3.
Right. Yeah, all of this for sure would have been very interesting, but we have a different move on the board. h5 was played instead. Black played queen a4, taking the pawn on a2, And now a3 by Kateryna, and now Alua is thinking. She plays knight e7, bringing the knight back. I like the idea.
But I'm not sure actually that Kateryna saw this line which we just seen with forcing the queen to give up for 2 rooks, and maybe it would be winning material. So that was a crucial moment. But g4, g5, I completely understand that she wants to push and attack there. King will be moving away from g2, rook g1, and it can be very fast suddenly. What is the b3 queen doing there? This is the big question.
Not much, honestly. I mean, it's on a good square, but I think now with black, maybe you would rather have your queen on a square like e8, where it helps with the defense. Now white can go for a very quick queen f4 to attack, and it's not easy to see how black's going to defend.
My question is whether is the plan what black has, Alua, bishop a3. Can it disturb all the plans of white, or white can just continue, I don't know, queen f4, knight f8, and some h6 or something?
It's a very good question. Yeah, what happens in case black does take here? I feel like intuitively it feels very dangerous, right? White can take, then go queen f4. So understandably, she goes knight f8 and brings the knight back to the defense.
Okay, queen f4. Again, my question cannot be that bishop a3, because now you would just simply take it and f7 is hanging after rook c3.
All right, so she goes bishop d8. All right, a little bit passive now. This might give Kateryna the time to go rook h1, followed by h6. After which things can become very dangerous. I think black maybe should have played f6 or take the knight right away, as I think eventually you're going to have to do that sooner or later. And there she goes.
I think f6 was the move which was more interesting. And now, what an important tempo black lost, playing bishop d8 first and only after that capturing on g5. I mean, the rook on h1 definitely stands much better than on f4.
Exactly, yeah. Now Kateryna can go for a very quick rook to h3, followed by rook g3, threatening checkmate, which honestly looks very difficult to stop. And there she goes. She's also, by the way, eyeing the queen on b3, so potentially setting up some tactics along the third rank as well.
Rook h3, I like it a lot. It doesn't allow black queen to go to d3. Very important. At the same time, it goes rook g3, so it has all the plus and plus. It doesn't have any minus there.
All right, f5 en passant. Yeah, the black king is being attacked here, and I think there's no good way to defend. So, yeah, we also see Kateryna having a big lead here on the clock, so I think it's just the experience showing here. I mean, Alua played the opening pretty well, but after that, it was all Kateryna.
Yeah, for this game, it's definitely very clear. I mean, this typical position. I mean, how is it possible it's white to move?
I know.
Right? I mean, it's a position black to move, knight f6, and still things are going on. But I understand that the g7 pawn is kind of protecting the g8 king from checkmate for the moment. But still, white has 2 extra pawns and still attacks. So it's, I mean, this game was definitely something not very difficult for Lagno, and she's not going to be slipping away this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, this should be a pretty easy win. I like bishop e4 here, or queen g6. Pretty much anything is winning now. White is up 3 pawns. The black king, for the moment, is sheltered by the white pawn on g7. But there's many ways to break through. For example, bishop b4 followed by rook f8. And so Alua resigns.
Well, it was a pretty straightforward game by Kateryna. Let's see how her opponent, Alua, can punch back, come back, and take the initiative with white.
Yeah, I have to say the first game of the match is always pretty important because, like I said, you're always a little bit nervous before the match. You don't really know what to expect. So if you start the first game with a win, you're feeling more comfortable going into the other games. So for Alua, it's going to be interesting to see how she will respond. You want to get on that scoreboard as quickly as possible. You don't want to fall too far behind, as then before you know it, the gap might just be too big.
I'm sorry, but after a4, how is it possible to play d5? Am I
I
so
don't
much
know.
behind? Am I so much behind in theory that this is a? I mean, I understand that the game of chess is changing, and moves are happening, which in my times people would look at it in a very strange way. But is d5 after a4 is an existing move?
I honestly also didn't know about the existence of d5, but apparently it is. Was played quickly by Kateryna. She's sacrificing a pawn here, and she should get some compensation. But yeah, I was surprised by that move as well.
I mean, this is the surprise of the day for me, for sure, that it's something we are witnessing some different chess. Probably some engine cooking, right?
I guess so. I guess so. Yeah. Now the difficult thing is, White had many ways to accept the gambit, and when you sacrifice a pawn, you have to know how to follow it up, as otherwise you're just down a pawn, as we see here. And I don't think Black has quite enough compensation.
Well, it's a blitz game gambit, no? It seems so.
Yeah, she's probably just happy to give up the pawn and get some active play. But you know, if you don't play accurately, then you know you are down a pawn that White can try to convert in the end game.
Well, you can never know. Of course, bishop g4 is good because it's a provocation. f3 is not a move that you want to play, and if you go queen d2, you block the bishop, then knight c4. I'm not sure. It's I mean, it's very unexpected d5.
Yeah, like I said, I also had not seen that move before. I wonder if, yeah, I mean, I guess it was just all planned by Kateryna. It was not a pre-move or anything. Anyway, let's see what Alua is going to do here. f3 looks like the most logical move. I mean, queen e2 doesn't look quite natural to block your own bishop.
But you don't have too much of an option. I understand that, okay, f3. Black will play knight c4 at some point. After rook, maybe rook e8 now. Because knight e4 is a move that can be continued, and also bishop g5.
Yep. Yeah, knight c3, nice move by Alua, bringing her knight into the game, taking the pawn on b5. So Kateryna here sacrificing yet another pawn. Let's see if Alua is going to take it, as she can take on b5 and then recapture with her knight.
Very interesting. Very unexpected. Bishop c4.
All right, so she takes on c4 and plays knight e5, attacking c4, and maybe trying to go knight c6 and some variations as well. But rook e8, Kateryna leaving the pawn on c4 hanging.
She tries to be solid, to consolidate with the pawn up, which has and makes a lot of sense after the first loss.
Bishop h4, knight h5. Okay, so she's attacking the bishop. If the bishop moves, you hang the knight. But fortunately for White, I think there's the move knight c6, attacking the queen, which gives you a tempo to then save the bishop. And I don't know if Alua manages to consolidate here. She will be up a pawn, and Black also has some weaknesses. For example, c4 is weak, c7 is weak, so Kateryna might be in some trouble here.
Well, she will play queen h4. Of course, it's like, you know, it's, I mean, for bullet it would be excellent. Whether she can afford this with 5 minutes, because now bishop c7, bishop c2. At least the pawn back.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of tactics in the position. Also, you shouldn't move your bishop, let's say, to d2, as a knight g3 is checkmate. So let's see what Alua is going to do. But yeah, let's put that on the board real quick. If you take on c7, as you pointed out, Black can take here. And you should not take the bishop, or let's say take on e8 first, because then Black will have a checkmate on the back rank. So instead of that, after queen h4, I think the pawn should have been captured, but instead g3 was played, which looks a little bit weakening.
Yeah, queen h3.
Okay, I guess maybe now you take the pawn?
Or queen d2, maybe.
Mm-hmm. That's an option as well. Let's see
After
which one
bishop
she's going to go
d7,
for.
bishop f2 can be unpleasant. Maybe.
Uh-huh. Yep, I think that's what she was worried about. So she played queen d2. The computer doesn't seem very enthusiastic about this one. But
What
for
did
the
I
moment, it looks like
blunder?
it. I don't know what black should do here. Okay, so we see a trade on f4 and bishop d6. Nice move by Lagno, attacking the queen. Queen h4, but now you can just trade and take on c2, get your pawn back. And all of a sudden, white is having a bunch of weaknesses and black is having the bishop pair.
And no pawn down anymore. But the bishop pair is powerful.
Mm-hmm. Lagno also has an extra minute on the clock, so yeah, I'd say this is an important game for the match. Alua lost the first game, that can happen, but she had her chances in this game. So if she loses this game as well, it might not be easy to come back from that.
But white on knight on e4 is good. The big problem can be for white the b2 pawn.
Yep, b2 definitely.
Yeah, white can get rid of one of the bishops at least. That's already a great achievement.
Mm-hmm. So let's see how she will try to do so. Yeah, b2 is quite weak, but for the moment it's not easy for black to attack it because rook b8, that square is covered. So a5, interesting move by Alua, gaining some space. And I like this move by Lagno, just f6, king f7, just slowly but surely improving the position.
At the same time, I thought to play h6 and pushing away the knight from e4 by playing f5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like that plan as well. Maybe she can still do that in the future. h6 on the next move, followed by f5.
Well, this is a very classical way of playing, right? You are in the endgame, suddenly without queen's endgames already you can bring your king because it's a very powerful attacker also. But this I'm not sure black improved her position. I mean, the knight on c6 is pretty annoying. That's the only thing I want to say, and f5 comes.
Yeah, f5, h5, nice move by Alua, making sure that black cannot easily go g6 to protect that pawn. Well, g6 played anyway. Okay, so let's see what she's going to do. But I like the...
Sorry, I think bishop d6 was powerful instead.
Uh-huh. Right.
Because now e5 square, king f3, rook g1. There is no much entry for black because knight e5 check.
Knight e5 check, great move by Alua. And where do you go now with the king? You cannot go to f6 as knight e7. That drops the bishop.
Oh, what a blunder.
All right, great tactics here by Alua. She is now winning. The two knights are just much stronger than the rooks, so this should be a win for white. And again, that's what she needs to come back in the match as quickly as possible.
Oh. That was a painful one.
Yep, that was a painful blunder for Lagno. Yeah, this is just completely winning for white. Just take on e8. You can take the pawn on a6. You can also take the pawn on h6.
I would go knight e7, knight c6. She could just give mate.
Oh, that's a nice point as well. Yeah. But yeah, the two knights are just way too powerful here. So it's going to be a win for Alua. And again, that's what you want. You want to get a win as quickly as possible to give you confidence in the match. And to really feel like, hey, Kateryna is strong, but I can actually beat her.
It's interesting. She did not resign.
But I think she's taking her time. She's probably changing something in her setup. And now she resigns. Because, as soon as you resign, the next game starts. So she took her time now to reset something.
Okay. Well, this was an interesting opening and unexpected mistakes.
Mm-hmm. And we have another Sicilian canal attack with bishop e5, bishop d7, and knight takes d7. So let's see if we will see any improvements, deviations. Okay, from the last game, Alua goes for pawn to e5, which is a bit surprising to me. I thought that she played the opening better in the first game.
Yeah, white has not such a big space advantage here. Wow, look at that, d5.
Knight a3 here by Lagno. Aiming for the c4 square, putting pressure on the pawn. I don't know, this just looks a bit unpleasant. White can play a knight on c4, then maybe pawn to a4 to stop black from going b5. And the bishop on e7 is a little bit passive. It's stuck between its own pawns. Whereas the white bishop can easily still maneuver. Like maybe bishop to g5 is a nice move. Move rook to d1. This looks quite pleasant for white.
It is. Queen c7, the idea is, I believe, that after knight c4, b5 can come. But I'm not sure that black is so happy even after that. Knight e3 is possible, controlling the d5 and f5 square. So, because normally white would be playing here a4 not to allow black to push away her knight from c4. So I'm curious whether she really wants to play b5 to push that away, and didn't.
Yep, she decides not to. Now a4, as you mentioned, is a nice move by Kateryna to stop b5. Rook e8 by Alua. So let's see now what Lagno is going to do. I like bishop g5. Just keeping an eye on the knight. Sometimes you want to trade. Sometimes you want to go bishop h4 to g3. And she... Wait, isn't that a free pawn on e5?
Bishop d6, and you want to go f4, right?
Yeah, just f4. Solidify the knight. And I don't see a good way for black to push these knights away.
How important the move a4 is, otherwise b5 would be possible. It's important that after bishop d6, f4 simply, and it seems like it's practically a pawn up. And white has also very good active knights in the center on a5. So rook d1.
Okay, she played rook fe1. So b6 was a nice move by Alua. She wants to go a6 followed by b5. Note that she couldn't play a6 right away. I mean, it would be a mistake because white would have played a5, stopping b5 altogether. But here, you know, black has this very easy plan of going b5, and it's not that easy to see how white's gonna... Although I like what Kateryna has done here. 92 back, maybe now knight ef3 followed by e5.
Well, basically it's just simply a pawn up, so she has to just to convert it into victory, that's all. Knight g4, interesting. She wants to simplify and just exchange the knights. I'm not sure it's the best, but it's logical that with the pawn up she wants to simplify. Though I think black gained little... she has some relief. Black can go b5, she goes c4, bishop c5. You have a pawn down, but the big question will be whether white can reach to e5 and knight e4, or if she has to, if she is not going to have enough time. But it seems that it works. It works well.
Yeah, e5, knight e4, nice plan. As you pointed out, knight f6 was threatened, forking the king and the rook as the g-pawn would have been pinned. So that's why Alua plays king to h8. So it's not easy to convert this for white yet, but I don't really see an active plan for white. So I think you can just slowly improve here. I like h3, making sure your king is a very safe square on h2, or rook f1. Maybe she's planning to go like f4, f6 in the foreseeable future.
I like your move h3. Great move. And also after that to move the king to h1 or h2. This I'm still hesitating. But black is playing good. Active rook on d3. That's where it belongs. The knight is the rook is not in danger practically. So activity can only help black.
Exactly. Yep. In case of, let's say, knight f2, you can always still go to d2. So king h2 play by Kateryna, slowly but surely improving the position, making sure that the king can never be checked on this diagonal. b4, I like this move by Alua. She wants to create some sort of counterplay. Maybe take on c3. Oh, wait. Apparently there's knight f6.
Knight f6 takes rook g8.
And then there's rook to e8 for white.
Oh.
But she missed it. Let's pull that up real quick on an analysis board. In this position right here, Kateryna could have played knight f6, forking the queen and the rook. So black is forced to take, but then white recaptures, threatening checkmate on g8. And in case black goes rook g8 to stop that, you go rook to e8, attacking the rook, because if you take, you get checkmate on g7 anyway. All right, so that would have been a nice variation, but instead rook f3 was played, bishop f8 now by Alua, and knight c3.
Yeah, it's a pity when you miss tactics, because you can start all over again.
Right, so the
But it
question
was a
is
nice
whether...
opportunity for white.
Yeah, so the question is if Kateryna realizes. If she realizes, then she might be a little upset about that. But if she doesn't realize, there's nothing to be upset about, you know?
I don't think she realizes. She played very fast. And it's interesting because they both play extremely fast. I mean, look at it. They both have more than 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We have played only 2 games so far, but we're past the halfway mark of the 5+1 portion. These games can always take a long time.
Yeah. Actually, it's not so easy for white now. It's not so easy because f5 is not possible because the e8 rook and the queen on c5 is optimally placed. Also, at some point, the e8 rook can also move to b8 to put pressure on b2. Also, sometimes I like to talk or think about it when I was playing, and also these days. What happens if we just take off the queens from the board? Does it favor white or black? I think it increases even black's drawing chances, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is a big question, right? What should white be playing for?
Yeah, good question. I mean, it's really not easy. Queen g3 played. She's attacking the rook on d3, so maybe now just rook e8 to protect that. I honestly don't see a very easy plan for white to improve the position. I guess the drawback, though, of rook e8 is that allows the move f5, as then there's no pressure on the e5 pawn anymore.
You know, I have a tricky move, queen d4.
Mm-hmm.
In some way to prepare, just protect the piece, but bishop c5 at some point can be very unpleasant.
I like that idea, and Alua can go for it right now. Bishop c5.
Oh my god, look what white is doing.
And I think I definitely saw a bit of a reaction there by Kateryna. She has to be extremely careful here. I mean, is there a way to protect the rook? You cannot take, because then there's a check, and then rook takes d3, and black wins the game, and wins the queen, and with that the game.
But what can she do?
I don't know. Is there some sort of counter threat that you can create? Maybe you can go knight b5. If black takes, and she finds a great find. The point was that in case of rook takes c3, there's knight takes d4 and knight takes f3. So queen d7 attacking the knight. And the rook is under attack as well. And if you take, I guess you recapture with the pawn, and there's way too many threats again.
Is the only move. And how good calculation, how good instinct she has for the game, that she's just looking activity. It's not that she has so many other options, but look how quickly she was able to adjust herself. I mean, this is why she's a great player. Because from a much better position, almost winning position before, suddenly she was in trouble, but immediately she found the only move, knight b5, knight d6, giving up material.
Yeah, great find by Kateryna, but Alua must be pretty happy now. She was down a pawn for really not a whole lot, but now she's up the exchange, so she has all the chances in the world here to win. Queen e4, the pawn on c4 looks a little difficult to defend, though.
Well, white is having a nice position, having this knight on d6, attacking the c4. Probably she'll also grab it. Rook b4.
Mm-hmm.
So now this is a question. Probably b3 has to be played.
Yeah, I guess you don't really want to give up the pawn on f4. So b3, nice move by her. I think black just takes, and then I guess you put the knight back on d6.
Yeah. Well, probably white gives check and comes back.
Okay, rook f8 looks a little bit passive, but I guess she wants to be able to move the king. And so rook d8. I guess it would be nice for black to be able to go f6, but it's hard to do here.
Yeah.
Yeah, black definitely...
Well, black can go queen e7, queen e6. Why doesn't she try that?
Good question. Yeah, now we might just be headed for a draw. King g8 will allow a threefold repetition with queen d5. And there we have it. Yeah, you don't want to allow queen h7. So great defense by Kateryna. She was up a pawn with a good position. She blundered, but she got herself together and managed to save this game.
Yeah.
All right, so will we see that same line? Yeah, will Kateryna go d5? Wow, she goes d5 again.
Incredible. Incredible.
Alua again takes on d5, knight a5, bishop a2, e4, knight a5. This is exactly how the last game went. I'm really curious, by the way, after d5, what happens in case white takes the pawn on b5. I find it hard to believe, honestly.
Probably
d takes
enough
compensation
e4.
there. Right.
And it's all engine thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so bishop f5, Lagno, the first one to deviate. In the last game, she played bishop to d6. So let's see what Alua is going to do now. Is she going to go d4 again? Looks like a nice approach to add some support to the knight on e5. Knight c3, a developing move as well. Let's see what she is going to do.
d3, well, logical way of thinking, opening up the diagonal for the bishop to develop.
Mm-hmm. Pawn takes d3 by Kateryna, and she recaptures with the knight again.
But maybe queen f3 was the move.
Aha, that looked like a nice intermezzo. Yep, attacking the bishop. And so knight takes d3 is on the board. Black could not take on d5, as white could take, and the bishop on e7 would be hanging. So that's why Kateryna plays rook to e8. I feel like if black is able to regain this pawn, she is doing absolutely fine. So let's see, maybe a move like bishop g5, pinning the knight to make it difficult for black to get that pawn back.
Yeah, but maybe after bishop g5, black just plays h6.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, and you don't really want to take on f6 and give black the bishop pair. So maybe bishop h4, but knight c3 is on the board. Attacking b5, but now b4. Nice move by Kateryna, pushing the knight away.
b3 is kind of inviting at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black would give up a pawn in that case, but it would shatter the white pawn structure. So I like the idea. Knight g3. So let's see where Kateryna is going to go. She could go to either e6, which is the square she chooses, or bishop to g6.
Well, bishop e6 always has the danger that it will be taken for positional compensation purposes. Just grab it and play queen g4.
I wanted to ask you, Judah, you are known as a very aggressive player. How tempted would you be to sacrifice a rook on e6?
But you know, rook e6 is a positional sacrifice. It's not a tactical sacrifice. But I was ready to sacrifice for positional play also. I was always looking for initiative. And for that, I was ready to sacrifice also. But it was not my specialty. I remember when I was a teenager, I was absolutely not familiar and didn't have confidence for positional sacrifices. Only on a very, very, very famous way that you do. But I had a very famous positional sacrifice against Karpov in the Queen's Indian. At some point, some rook c3, and I had the rook down for having a pawn phalanx, like I had 3 pawns holding each other hands, walking towards, Anatoly's back rank.
Well, that sounds like a great game. I highly encourage all of our viewers to look it up, and maybe if somebody
It was
finds the
played
game,
in
feel free
Buenos
to-
Aires. I think it was 2000, if I remember correctly. First, I sacrificed the piece, and then I sacrificed an exchange.
Oh wow! So yeah, if anyone can find the game, feel free to put it in the chat. It sounds like a great game. Anyway, we have a very interesting game on our hands here. Alua going for the attack with a rook to g5, attacking the pawn on g7. I guess black has to go g6 here to defend.
I don't see anything else. Now the question is, what happens if white just takes bishop c4? What happens? Knight f6 or what? Knight d... I don't know.
Yeah, it feels like black should have something here, because the black rook is also eyeing the queen on e1. So let's see what Kateryna is going to come up with. Both players have around 2 minutes and 40 or 50 seconds on their clocks. So let's see what she's going to do.
Some knight jump.
Yeah.
I don't know. Knight c7 can be also interesting.
And then take it and maybe recapture with the knight to attack the rook. That's definitely a
Exactly.
nice option as well.
And then, but you know what's going on. If bishop e6, knight e6, rook d5.
Oh, she goes knight c3 instead. Oh, but you just take. You just take.
c3. The problem is bishop c3, bc, queen c3. I thought about that, but that was my problem.
That's a good line for sure. But you can just take the knight, because if black takes on c4, you take on e8.
Ah, of course, bc. And I think Kateryna sees it, that she blundered.
He takes c3 on
Oy,
the
oy,
board.
oy.
Definitely a bit of a head shake there by Kateryna. That's a big blunder. Okay, b takes c3 on the board. Okay, so you don't want to. I mean, maybe you even can take that pawn, because after queen takes g5, there's knight f6.
Yeah.
And then there should be plenty of tactics for white.
Wow.
And she goes for it. Okay, so she's sacrificing the rook, but she's banking on knight f6. And there's just no good square for the king. If you go to f8, there's knight takes h7, forking the king and the queen. If you go to g7, there's knight e4 with the discovery. And after king h8, there's also knight e4. So it looks like Alua is going to take the lead in this match. Who would have expected that?
Wow. And now she has several options, either queen e8 or knight f6. Both are good.
But look at this, Judith. I think after takes and knight f6 and knight takes c8, you not only win an exchange, afterwards you go rook c5. So you might be going up a full rook.
Exactly.
So let's see. Queen takes e8 must definitely be on her radar. Looks very natural. I think if she finds that line followed by rook c5, she's just going to win the game.
Yeah.
Queen takes c8 on the board. Black has to take knight f6. King f8 only move. But yeah, you just take followed by rook c5, and that should just be a win.
Nice.
Oh, rook e1 also good. Going for trades, but at least it keeps the game going for now.
What a blunder not to see rook c5.
A little bit surprised. Maybe Kateryna can still save a miracle draw here. I'd be surprised though if she does, but it's gonna take some time for white to convert this, because for now black has a bit of a blockade. Not really, but
But this you cannot ruin. This you cannot ruin simply. Now you go h4, you go f4, you bring the king. I mean, how can you ruin this? I don't think you have an alternative to ruin this. I mean, there are some positions where basically whatever happens, it's just... And I think this is one of them. Bishop b4, go bishop b4.
Bishop b4, nice move by Alua, setting up rook to d6. No, I think you're right. The advantage looks way too big to spoil. I like a5 now.
We agree on that. I mean, rook e3, rook e7 is also not a huge mistake.
Yeah, I think the material advantage, as you pointed out, is just way too big to spoil. Like black.
I
For the
mean, look
moment
at the
is-
knight on b7. It just stopped.
right. Rook d4 wins another pawn. Yeah, no, Alua's going to win this game. This just wins itself. All right, so she takes the lead as we are going into what's probably going to be the last game of the 5+1 portion. Let's see how Kateryna will try to strike back.
I'm very curious. Again, bishop b5. So it is very clear preparation by Kateryna for this match. This gambit, and with white to play this line.
Yeah, but again, I don't like the move e5 by Alua. I think Kateryna got a great position out of the opening last game, and they're repeating that exact same line.
Well, she had an amazing position. I can't believe it that black is repeating it.
I'm surprised as well. I thought Alua got a very fine position in the first game, where she went for a bit more of a French setup with e6 and d5. Here, it just looks passive for black with the weakness on e5, the weak d5 square. White really holding all of the trumps here.
I mean, just such a beautiful game for white, I believe. Okay, queen c6 is next move. That's a kind of a threat. So that's why rook e1 was played.
Good move by Kateryna. But yeah, who would have thought after 4 games that Alua would be in the lead? I mean, I consider Kateryna a heavy favorite for this match, but Alua came out of play. So let's see if she will continue to hold herself in the 3+1 and 1+1 portions as well.
Well, black wants to go again, a6, b5 kind of plan. There's actually not much plan for black to play for, right? Because the c4 knight is so unpleasant and stable there, putting pressure on the e5 pawn.
She goes? Oh, you go ahead.
No, I thought knight e5 might be, but knight f4 intermezzo was there.
But I think it actually worked out.
But maybe it worked. Yeah, it worked.
Let's show that quickly on the board. What Kateryna could have done is she could have captured this pawn anyway. Because let's say black takes and takes twice. Then there's rook to d5, attacking the queen, and you get the knight. And if black throws in the intermezzo knight at f4, there is the move queen to g4. And if you now take the knight, we can take the rook on c8, and white is winning. So that was a missed opportunity by Kateryna to go up a pawn. But instead she played g3, knight f6, king g2, rook e6, h4, rook c8, knight e3. And she is now queen c6 and knight d5. But either way, she's having a very pleasant advantage here.
Yeah, it's very pleasant to play with white. It's a one-way play, but it's not easy. Black will go, well, rook d6. Why is it a blunder?
I don't know. Maybe it's a mistake. But yeah, I think a blunder is a bit harsh. She decides to trade on f6. I like now queen c4.
I like rook d5.
Or queen b5, also nice move. Yet a pawn on e5 is weak. She's controlling the only open file on the board. I think there's just too many problems here for Alua in this position.
Well, in this position, basically, I don't see a point to enter to something like this with black because it's so much suffering. It's only white who is pressing and most likely pressing until they win.
Exactly. Yeah, so we've talked about this before. In a match, you have to be able to switch things up. After this game, there will very likely be a break. And I think this is one of the spots that Alua has to work on. I think she has to respond to Kateryna's opening differently. But fortunately for her, she will have the break to look up. At least you can look up on Chess.com. You can click analysis and see what the computer says there.
Queen c6. Okay, so... now question is whether can queen a7, was that possible? Probably rook d8 and then a4 is gone, so that was maybe not the best, but c4, very strange. Why do you need this move?
I don't know. I don't know why c4 was played, but I think that pawn indeed could have been captured. Queen a8, maybe now just rook d5, bring the rook into the game. taking the pawn on e5. For the moment, at least, Alua is holding on.
I want rook d5. I like rook d5.
So rook d3 was played instead. I guess she wants to leave the d5 square open for her queen. Okay, so let's see what Alua is going to do. I think this is a very important game for the match for Kateryna. It would be nice to even up the score before we go into our first break. And for Alua, it would be nice, of course, to go into the 3% portion with a lead. But the position is looking very tough for black.
Well, eventually rook d5 will be played, I think. Queen d5.
Rook d6? Wait.
I don't
what
like
is the idea
this
of rook
last
d6?
move. Queen has a8. So now rook d6 is a threat.
Right, but fortunately for Kateryna, she still has queen takes e5. Because if you try, you
Sorry?
capture the knight. Sorry, after rook d6, there's still queen takes e5.
But but then rook fe6.
Right, and then she still has queen c3.
And
But
then rook
I don't
e4.
know. But then
That's-
indeed, yeah,
that's-
there's rook takes c4.
But then it's already no big deal at all. I think Kateryna misplayed it completely in the last 3 moves.
Yeah, and so Alua took her time and found that exact line. White might still be having a very slight advantage. But yeah, it's really not a big deal anymore. So yeah, Alua playing some great defense. And yeah, now the white advantage is gone for the most part.
I think so. It was great news for black that the e-pawns got off from the board. Now the bishop is not so upset. Otherwise, it was biting into its own pawns. Should be
Bishop
fine.
e5.
Interesting
Nice.
to regroup into d4.
Yeah, I really like this maneuver by Alua. The bishop is now all of a sudden very active on d4. And who knows, maybe black can take over the initiative here. The bishop is very active. For the moment, you cannot play rook e2 is white's going to take. But if this knight ever moves, then rook e2 is definitely an option.
But I completely understand you. I mean, look at this. It was incredible. In the last 5 moves, Alua completely got out of trouble. And now, obviously, none of us wants to play it with white more than with black. Queen d7 or just exchange, queen e4. So Alua is going into the second part of the match with the advantage, with the lead.
Queen in d8. Okay, Kateryna trades on d4. Let's see how she's going to recapture. She can, if you take with the queen, you do have to calculate the lines with queen e8 and queen takes a7. And if you take with the pawn, I was going to say maybe there's queen d5. Okay, Kateryna takes the pawn, but after queen e4, it feels like black should have a draw here. Like king h2, queen f3, but then king... and then you can take on b3, but then white takes here.
No, I
Not so
think
easy
after
yet.
king h2, queen e2 is the best.
Oh, wait, but then there's queen f7, and you defend f2.
Oops, sorry. No, then queen
No
then queen f5 is the best. Because after queen f3, king g1, check king g2, and she plays queen f5. Keeps an eye on the diagonal for king g1, queen b1, king g2, queen e4.
Yep, very instructive stuff. You want to be able to give the right checks. King g1 play, but now queen b1, king g2, and you go queen e4. And yeah, this should just be a draw. So great result for Alua. She's holding a game where she was much, much worse. And like you said, it looks like she's going into the 3+1 portion with a lead.
Yeah. Very serious stuff. And I'm pretty sure that Lagno is getting nervous about the situation because, this game is also kind of annoying because she had such a one-way opportunity here. But she got somehow nervous.
Right, queen b1, queen e4, and there we have a draw. So yeah, great defense by Alua as she takes the lead going into the 3+1 portion. Who would have thought that? But this game is soon going to be aborted because there's no time left on the clock.
Wow, that was impressive, the fighting spirit and how Alua was able to grab her opportunities. And it was not expected at all after the first game, which we've seen.
Yeah, and it's impressive. She looks so calm. She's leading against one of the big favorites in the tournament. Definitely did not expect that, but yeah, she came to play. So let's see if Lagno can fight back in the 3+1 portion, but great play so far by Alua.
Yeah, so far it's very exciting. And this is not exactly what Kateryna had in mind after the first portion, after 45 minutes of game.
For sure not. But yeah, somebody in the chat said Lagno is very good at bullet. There's still a lot of chess left, so this match can still go either way. Anyway, we are going on a short break, but do not go anywhere. We will soon be back with more Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. See you soon.
Do you think the lipstick scandal ultimately hurt or helped your chess career?
Helped.
True.
For those that may not be familiar, because that was way before Magnus versus Hans kind of cheating scandals, my one wasn't along those lines, but people thought, at least a few people thought, that I had a microchip in my lipstick. That was on the New York Times, New York Post. I saw a cartoon drawn about me in Denmark. There was a blog and other news articles in places like Australia, because the story was so strange. It was so strange that media that would not be talking about chess picked it up because of how is it possible that a 20-year-old girl is accused of cheating and they say that there's a microchip in her lipstick. I played the best tournament in my life at the end of 2007, and there were 3 players that didn't believe that I can play that well. It really hurt at the time, and I ran out crying from the playing hall after the last game. But everyone stood by my side at that tournament, including the grandmaster that I beat at the tournament, the highest rated opponent I ever beat at the time, Grandmaster Baer, and everyone else at the event, the organizers, the players. They all defended me and stood by my side, which meant a lot. And the story just went crazy. Like, I think I never saw my name mentioned these many times as back in the day in the media. And it wasn't for my chess achievements, it was for my lipstick.
But I just find that story...
You want to ask her if she had a microchip in her lipstick?
I do not believe you had a microchip in your...
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play rapid opening roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
Tickets for this year's SCC finals in Paris are officially on sale. For the first time ever, you are invited to join the Speed Chess Championships 4 finalists, Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, and Hans, as they compete in person for the crown. Tickets are selling fast, including the exclusive Watch Party Silver Weekend Pass, which gets you into the venue for all 3 days of action. Plus streamer booths, merch access, and live commentary with our expert team. Head to go.chess.com/SCC tickets or use !TICKS in chat to book your seat at the historic finals. You are watching the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship as Grandmaster Benjamin Bach and Grandmaster Judith Polgar bring you all the action. Judith, we right now have a different opening here as Alua switches it up with the Italian.
For the start and 1 second per move for the players, so they had to switch their mind. This is the second time control they have to challenge each other, and let's see what they are up to in the opening. So there is a switch in the systems.
Yeah, a switch by Alua. I guess she didn't really know how to deal with Kateryna's gambit, so she just wanted to do something completely different. The position is having real low pass features, right? The bishop on a4, pawn h3, I guess maybe b5 in a foreseeable future by Kateryna, but at least it's a slow game. There's not a lot of quick action as we saw in the other games.
Yes, we see something exactly as you said, a very Rai Lopez type of position. d4, eventually we have it on the board. So White played it in 2 moves, d3 and d4. But these kind of structures, I always like to play with White because White has space advantage, having the pawn on e4. At the same time, it's no big problem for Black because Black is fast also in development. Rook c8 is there. Actually, Grishchuk, Kateryna's husband, is well, I don't know if the biggest expert, but a big expert on these kind of positions. I had played against Alexander back, I think, I don't know, 90, I mean, at least 2 decades ago, maybe more, 25 years ago. I think Alexander's first Linares tournament, where we had a game like that with this structure. And Black simply wants to go b4 eventually one day. Queen on d4 is kind of not bad, but Black plays knight d7, bishop f6, knight e5. So Black has a very healthy kind of position. The only weakness is the d6 pawn, which is not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a 97 gray move by Kateryna, going for that plan that you pointed out, bishop f6, or maybe 95 first, making sure that this pawn is not under attack. Queen e3, I don't like that one, as now you allow 95 with a tempo.
Yes, White might go to g3 with tactical ideas of bishop h6, but bishop h4 I like very much, chasing the queen. So where is that queen going to go to? e3 possibly, but then it's blocking the c1 bishop, and White is not developed yet. This is not a good sign. So knight c4 will be also anytime as an opportunity for Black. Rook e8 I like very much. Bishop b3, good, I think, to go and switch diagonals. But Black has a very, very nice position. And let's face it, Black is completely developed while White is not developed yet in this game.
White is really struggling to bring that bishop into the game. Queen d4, bishop f6, allowing another move with a tempo. I guess the queen will now drop back to d1. And, you know, Black had... Okay, but this allows d5. Now you can no longer take, as that leaves the rook on e1 hanging. That's why I thought queen e1 was better. This looks great for Kateryna. I think she's got great chances here to even up the score.
Absolutely. I mean, this kind of position you barely see with Black, because White was wasting a lot of tempos, to be honest. I mean, in the last several moves, White was just going with the queen from d4 to e3 to g3 to back to e3 to go to d4, d3, and you can't afford that. And there is no even hope for the next move or two to develop for White. Look at this. White was making bishop b3, c2, going back and forth. It must be kind of a win for Black already, don't you think so? d4,
yeah, it feels
maybe.
like this gotta be... Yeah, d4 looks very scary. If you go knight e2, there might be knight e5, followed by d3. If you take on d4, there's knight f3. And I'm sure Kateryna is already looking at those variations.
But there is a moment in the game where you, oh, please. So I finish
Wait,
my
knight takes
sentence.
b2,
There is,
and you lose the knight.
yeah, something collapse is going on.
Yeah, what is impressive though about Alua is that even when she blunders, you don't really see a reaction from her. She might do like a very slight head shake, but she just focuses on the game, tries to fight back, even though this one is looking quite hopeless. But it's a good time for the next game.
Yeah, it's of course the players are having different reactions, but this was a very sad story for White. Very bad start for Alua with the white color. So what I wanted to say when Kateryna played G6 that simply there are moments in a game, whether it's blitz or classical, you have to make a decision that I win, I calculate, and I just go. You can't. There are many occasions when you have a winning position. Okay, I make another move just to improve my position. There are moments when you don't improve your position; you just win the game, but you have to just go for it. Okay, what's the knight on b6 doing there? Well, going to d5
right now-
eventually. This is another story.
Supporting the knight on d5. Knight e4 was played h6, stopping a bishop or a knight from going to the g5 square. I think Alua made a good adjustment here. She was not playing well against this line by going for an early e5. Kateryna was getting big advantages with the white pieces, but here Alua is doing completely fine. I mean, the queen can go to a4. I quite like black's position here.
I like it too. Though. Yeah, I mean, black is just having a great bishop a3 is a very typical move, forcing white to move away with the rook from c1 or exchanging, but giving up the c5. Very good. The only thing could be optimized by black, that there is two knights, so it's only one who can be on d5. And with the other knight, you either would like to exchange it or to regroup it to a better square. Let's say f5 would be a nice square for the knight, but it will not reach there for some time for sure. But black has a beautiful position.
Yeah, queen d3 by Kateryna, stopping rook to c2, but maybe now just queen c6 followed by queen c2 is a nice plan. Yeah, you made a very good point. These knights are kind of stepping on each other's toes. She goes a6 instead. Maybe she wants to go queen b5 and offer a queen trade. Maybe that's the idea behind her move.
I was thinking about this, but I don't think it's good to play queen b5, doubling the pawn, allowing white to go knight d4 after that. But maybe she doesn't want to go queen b5, just thinks that a6 can be useful for later.
So let's see what Kateryna is going to do. She goes knight d4 anyway, I guess stopping queen b5, and maybe with the idea to go queen g3, threatening bishop takes h6.
Yes. What about going bishop b2? But she goes knight b4 instead.
Okay, she trades on b4. Okay, now there's never any attack anymore, so rook d1 played, activating the rook. Feels like black definitely has to be better here. Maybe queen c7 hitting the e5 pawn.
I think instead of taking on b4, queen g3 could be a tactical opportunity for white. But let's see what now white has.
Okay, so knight c2, nice move. And now maybe knight e3 could be an idea to attack the knight which is pinned.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's see. For the moment, white's not actually threatening to take here, as after all of the captures, black would have a backrank checkmate at the end. But, you know, now black has an isolated pawn, knight g3. Nice move as the knight is headed to f5.
Yes, but what about queen c2?
I like that move. Yeah, attacking the pawn on a2, and Alua goes for it. All right, nice move by her.
She has more time on the clock also.
Okay, so h3 has been played. Okay, maybe now a trade. And she takes on a2, but this gives Kateryna the opportunity to go knight f5, followed by queen g3, or maybe take on d5, followed by knight d6.
Yes, knight f5, but maybe after knight f5, Yeah, it's a good question how black reacts because bishop f8 seems to be the only move.
I think so. Yeah. I think bishop c5 is a little bit risky due to queen g3, threatening checkmate and attacking the pawn on h6.
Yeah.
Bishop f8, queen takes d5. What about rook c5 here? Hitting the queen, queen e2, also a good move, as the players are both around just over 1 minute.
Yes, but after queen e2, knight d6 can be powerful.
Nice move, attacking f7, attacking the rook, so maybe just rook c7 to defend everything.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind that the pawn on b7 cannot be captured, as black will take, and then the rook on d1 is hanging at the end. So let's see what Kateryna is going to do instead. Maybe move like rook d2.
Or g3. Go solid. g3, king g2.
All right, so rook d2 was played, queen e1, king h2. Okay. White definitely having the more active position here with the knight on d6.
Yes. I would definitely pick white.
Rook e7, okay, hitting the pawn on e5, f4. But now maybe queen e3, hitting f4, which is a little bit vulnerable.
Rook d4.
d4, nice move, played by Kateryna. Okay, by the way, knight f5 is a big threat here. So queen f2 was played.
But knight f5 anyway can be very unpleasant. Rook c7, queen d8. And you know what happens next.
Oh, that's a very nice line. That was throwing queen takes f8 checkmate. All right, f5
Once I
played.
gave that kind of checkmate, when I was very young, 14 against Cambridge.
Ah, nice. All right. Okay, so rook d7. Alua is fighting here. I like what she's doing. I feel like white might have overextended a little bit. Now the knight on d6 is a little bit loose. Maybe you move like f6 to loosen up that knight, but she goes b5 instead. All right, white could take a pawn here if she wants to.
I don't know, but it's so dangerous for black. I mean, this cannot be saved by black.
Kateryna takes with 18 seconds on her clock after takes on bishop c5. There is still knight f3. Rook e7 instead, but now the rook remains so passive.
Absolutely.
Bishop c5 attacking the rook check, king h7. And f6, there's still g6. g6, and white doesn't have anything. And in the meantime, black is creating some threats. She has a draw here, I think. Check and back. She wants check.
Wow.
Check.
And that will what will happen?
Yeah, I think she will go for that. Or is she going to go... No, I think it's just going to be a draw. So nice save for Alua. She was in trouble, but the game ends in a draw.
In big trouble. I mean, it was a miracle that she saved this.
I feel like we've seen many games in this match where Kateryna outplays her. Alua is in trouble, but she is very resilient. She doesn't lose, and she always creates chances in the time of scramble, which should be good for her chances for the 1+1 portion.
Okay, now we see again a new approach by white. Instead of move a4, she played d3 first, just to be prepared against all kind of martial kind of ideas, and only after that she played a4. So not allowing more playing against the opponent's strategy, which makes a lot of sense.
For sure. So knight bd1, h6 played by Lagno. I guess now knight f1 makes a lot of sense. Then I can go to g3. And let's see if Lagno will again go for knight a5, followed by c5, which is always typical for these real pass positions.
Yeah.
Knight e7 to g6 instead. h3, nice move by Alua, stopping bishop to g4. And she grabs more space with pawn to d5. So now the big question is whether Kateryna is going to go c4 to grab her fair share of space on the queen side as well.
Yeah, that is a logical continuation, but she can also keep it. play bishop d7.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, in these kind of positions, sometimes you feel with black that you have too many knights over there on the king's side. How to do it? To go knight h7, knight g6, knight g5, or go back knight e7, play g6, bishop g7, or knight f4 time to time. It might be the case. c4.
Interesting move by Alua. Let's see. Okay, so Kateryna ignores all the tension on the queen side and just goes knight to h7. I think he made a very good point. White is having more space, so black is a little bit cramped, and therefore it might be a nice idea to maybe trade off these knights. Bishop e7 is also an idea. Then you can trade off the knights, trade off the bishops as well. As right now, this bishop on f8 is not doing anything. So let's see what Alua... She goes bishop c2, sacrificing the pawn on c4.
Yes, it seems like the position, these kind of structures, that all the pawns and all the pieces are on the board, right? No exchange has happened. And it can go on for another 10, 15, 20 moves in these structures. Karpov has incredible games. Even I won several games against Boris and other games. So it's very interesting when you don't have any exchange, but everything is just closed. What happens and how and what are the alternatives to open up, and with what circumstances can you open up? Whether is it good to exchange on b5 and then there is an open file for your rook, but can you keep it? So how much to keep the tension and how much to change the structure if you can. It's interesting, this knight h7, knight g5, because I've seen it not very often with black, but I did it many times with the white side to play knight h2, knight g4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always an interesting maneuver. Okay, she goes g6 and now rook f1. It's kind of interesting that the players keep this tension here on the queen side. Neither player wants to take. Now we see b3, solidifying the pawns on a4 and c4. Let's see if Lagno is maybe going to take and open up the b file. She goes h5 instead, aiming to go h4 to kick that knight away.
Well, basically, White was playing in the last several moves, or giving the impression that she's playing for f4, but it's very difficult to find the right circumstances for that. And now it seems that White will not find the good circumstances for playing f4, with prepared rook on e8, bishop on g7. Now f5, I don't know. It's a very tempting move what Black played, but somehow sacrificing on h3 was at least as inviting for me for Black.
Mm-hmm, for sure. So we see f3 by Alua solidifying the pawn chain. Now her knight can come back to f2. Knight h7 by Lagno, I guess maybe freeing the g5 square for her queen. And Alua plays queen 2 d2. Maybe stopping that move, queen g5.
But I think knight h7 had also two other ideas. First of all, to go bishop h6, possibly to controlling that diagonal. Also, bishop f6, g5 possible. But another idea is to go knight f6, knight h5, regrouping and trying to get to f4, though it seems pretty slow. Mm-hmm. Time is an important issue. Finally, f4.
Wow, the computer is giving it 2 question marks. That seems very harsh to me. Alua setting the board on fire here. Kateryna just takes the pawn, but I don't know. It feels like this should work out in Black's favor with that super passive knight on h1, but there it comes back into the game.
You know what would be the dream move for White in this position? Rook e6.
Yes, exactly. Right, but for now, Black...
But it's interesting that it looks so good for White. I thought to capture, yeah. I mean, the white rook will not reach to e6.
Instead, it's Black who gets rook to e3 first. Okay, so let's see. Queen e7. This rook is pretty annoying. So knight e1, nice move by Alua. Let's see if Kateryna will take, or maybe she can also go rook to e5. And in case White takes, you can maybe make a case for capturing with the pawn.
I like that move, rook e5. I like that move. And this is the opportunity for Kateryna to take over the match and get the advantage again. Very balanced match we're witnessing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so rook e5 was played. Let's see what Alua is going to do. Both players around 25 seconds. The games are speeding up. She goes knight f2 back, but it feels like that should give black the time maybe to take. Maybe something like rook b2 or rook e8. It feels like black is definitely better here.
Yeah, it looks very difficult for white.
Okay, I don't know how I feel about this remaneuver. Rook takes c3. It feels like black's much better here. f5 is weak, c4 is weak. Rook c3
I think
sooner or
black is
later.
winning. Black is winning here, but it's that does not mean exactly that it has to be the final result that black wins.
She takes a4, there goes a pawn, rook a1. Alua again fighting. Take on c2 and take on a6 maybe? Or is there something like... Is there a problem for white in that line?
Well, there are some checkmate ideas will happen, I think, if there would be an exchange.
I think she was worried about that. Yeah, okay, take on a6 now. Knight e8 is a bit passive, but black is keeping the extra pawn.
Rook e1.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Kateryna up a pawn here with an active position. The white pieces are super passive. Bishop d3 now, followed by knight f6. I think you lose the second pawn. No, rook a6 instantly.
Good technique.
Bishop b2. Alua again hanging on. Bishop f3. It's not over yet, even though
come on.
white cannot do anything.
But why didn't she take on g4?
I don't know. I thought it was better knight e5. Nice maneuver here by Lagno. Rook a2. She goes king f6 instead.
Very overprotecting.
Yeah. She wants to make sure white doesn't get any counterplay, but I feel like there would have been better ways to improve the position. Rook d8. Just a few seconds for both players. Bishop d3. Bishop d3 maybe. Looks like a nice move, yep. Check. And now maybe bishop f5, and the bishop becomes active. This is, wait, Kateryna not having the best technique. Rook f6 is a draw, wow. That's already a 3-time repetition. Great save there by Alua. Kateryna was in complete control, just a winning position, but she didn't put Alua away. And Alua played some great defense and saves a very important half a point to keep the match tied.
But I think this was a very crucial game, because this must have been a victory to and of course it's so difficult that suddenly you could see that she's surprised that it's a threefold repetition, and in the next second, first move is on the board for the next game. This system I played quite a few games against Alexei Shirov back many years.
Yeah. No, I remember I was... oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I remember I played this line myself with black, with b5 and bishop c5, and I would always study his games. He was a big expert in this line. But it feels like black should be doing fine here.
Yeah. Yeah, in the right moment to play c5, c4. Like in the previous move. Because now white can bring her bishop to c2. It's a difference than when you push the bishop back to a2.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. With the bishop on a2, it's often completely offside. But here the bishop is doing pretty fine. Queen e4 back. But yeah, it seems to me that Alua is the better player in the time scrambles. And that is a good sign for her, as this will probably be, this might very easily be the last game in the 3+1 portion. In the 1+1 portion, it's all about who is better with just a few seconds on their clocks.
Yeah. Can the white queen get in trouble?
I think so. Where do you go? I guess there's still a square on b6 available. All right, so the pawn on b5 is under attack.
What about bishop a8?
Bishop a looks like a nice move, attacking the queen, but she goes knight f6. I think white can just take the pawn. I mean, why not? Rook e1
That's
instead.
why I wanted to go bishop e8.
Well, there we have it. One move later, queen a6 still.
Okay.
Now, I like bishop a8 better on the last turn, as then there were ideas of d5. Now the bishop on e3 is protected. But knight d7, also a nice move by Alua. Maybe the knight can go to c5. As, maybe white will have to give up their bishop, as otherwise a knight can jump into the d3 square.
Yes, but the white queen is so much away from the actions. I mean, basically the queen from d5 got to a2, and how long will it take to get back into business? Which I mean, to have it on g3 or to have it on f2, or I don't know, knight on d3 looks very unpleasant.
Yeah, some nice maneuvering here by Alua, g6, stopping knight f5. Alright, so let's see what Lagno is going to do. Maybe if black gets the opportunity, d5 will be a nice move to break open the center and take advantage of that queen on a2, which is, like you said, away from all of the action. And Kateryna is taking her time here to try to come up with a plan.
Well, everything is protected for white. That's a good news. b4.
Okay, so if black takes en passant, I think she just wants to recapture. I think you have to take en passant. If you move the knight, then you allow white to take, and then the pawn on d3 should be pretty weak. So I think c takes b3 is practically forced.
Well, if you take on b3, bishop takes, what about capturing with the knight and knight e5, regrouping it to c4?
That looks like a nice one. But I also really like this move b4, creating a lot of tension here on the queen side. You don't really want to go c4, as that's going to give black a strong passer. But after takes, knight takes, it feels like there should be some sort of tactic for black.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, queen a3. Good move by Lagno. I guess after takes, queen takes, there is no great discovery. So, yeah, good play there by Lagno.
Oh, maybe queen c3 or something. Bishop h3 will be there.
Yeah,
But
the drawback here...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say the drawback here for black with the move g6 is the fact that now all of the dark squares on the king side are weak.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe bishop f4?
Bishop f4, also nice move, attacking the rook. She goes queen a3. But now I think black can just take the pawn on e4. And look at the clock. Lagno is down to 28 seconds against a minute for Alua. That's definitely going to be a factor.
Let's see how it will unfold. Queen e5, rook f1, bishop f4 is in there.
Practically speaking, I like white's chance here. I feel like the black king is pretty weak over here. Like I said earlier, all of the dark squares are weak. But, Alua up on time. And so let's see what Kateryna is going to do. Maybe she just has to go all the way back to a3.
And don't forget that bishop b5 might be sometimes an opportunity for black. Not now, because the b4 knight is hanging after bishop b5.
Right, so
maybe rook d8.
Queen b5 instead, and now rook f2, hitting the pawn, putting pressure on the pawn on f7. Knight d3 is a nice move, attacking the rook, as f7 is still protected.
At some point, maybe knight f5 could be an option.
So queen c3, again, the dark squares are so weak around the black king. Knight g4, wow, if you take on c6, you take on e3. And the white queen is over rook, you cannot take the knight, so you have to move the rook. Rook c1. Now I like black's chances.
Knight to e5.
Okay, rook c8, maybe just trading king g7.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, queen e7 instead. Black is still a little bit better because this pawn on e4 is isolated, and the knight on g3 is kind of stuck. Oh, 93!
93. Queen. Oh.
She missed it.
Whew. Whew. That was close.
That was a big missed opportunity for Alua. Now the game is probably going to end in a draw, as we just have an equal endgame here. I would still slightly prefer black, as white is having this slight weakness on e4.
It's a typical thing when the computer says it's dead equal, but you don't want to play this with white against Karpov.
Yeah. All right, and the game ends in a draw. We still have a few... Oh. Okay, I think this last game is going to be played because it started with just a few seconds on the clock, and we have another Italian on the board.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the match is equal, 4.5, 4.5, and is the last game of the 3+1 section.
Yeah. All right. So I'm being told that this last game started with 2 seconds on the clock, so it does count. Had the last game ended a little bit later, then the 3+1 portion would have come to an end. All right. So let's see. We have an Italian, or I guess it looks like a Ruy Lopez, and it feels like black is doing pretty fine here.
Yes, because suddenly the knight is on a3 and not going the journey from d2 to f1, g3, but going from c4, a3, c4, e3.
Mm-hmm. All right, so h6 here by Lagno, very typical move, stopping knight g5, stopping a potential bishop g5 as well. And if black has the time here, she would probably like to go bishop f8, followed by d4. So I like the fact that Alua is first to strike in the center with d4. Now, the last time we had a position like this, Kateryna won a crushing game with like knight e7 and bishop f6. So let's see if Alua will play better this time around.
Yeah, the c2 bishop can be a little annoying because the c8 rook is putting pressure on it. The knight on e3 is defending it. But it's not good for white that she cannot go back to the a2, g8 diagonal because of the e6 bishop. Oops, look at that. Some blunder?
I think so, yeah. Bishop f5 was a nice find by Alua, but fortunately for Lagno, she still had bishop to f6. But it does come at the cost of a pawn. Alua having some nice chances here to try to take the lead in the match. That being said, the pawn on b2 is quite vulnerable.
Yeah. Not so easy to defend that pawn.
No, not at all. I mean, okay, she goes rook a5, giving up the pawn, but she wants to pick up the b5 pawn instead. I like the idea.
Maybe bishop d4 here? But then bishop
nice
d3.
Move. Yep. All right, so she takes on b2, white takes on b5. And rook b8. I mean, black definitely having compensation here. It's not easy for white to fully consolidate, but hey, white is up a pawn, and it's up to black to prove the compensation. Rook d1, nice move to defend the bishop.
But it's a pawn up. I mean, maybe I'm not going to win, but it's a pawn up.
Exactly.
I don't see anything special compensation. I mean, black is playing, but f4, king f2, h3 is also possible.
h3, nice move, creating some move for the king. Yeah, no, it's, yeah, Alua has a good chance here. She's up a pawn, and Kateryna will have to defend. So 95 play, maybe f4 here, followed by f5 is an option.
Yeah, knight e5 is kind of a provocation, or she wants to go knight c6 and the d4 square to try to occupy that. Or she wants to simplify after f4 to go knight c4 and to play it with rook and 4 bishops.
Right, so knight c4 played. I expect a trade now. And then I'm curious to see what Alua is going to do. Is she going to play for f5 or for e5? She goes for e5. Maybe a nice idea is bishop e7, rook d8, and bishop f6.
That's a nice plan. Very good. So probably we're gonna see bishop e7.
Okay, bishop e4 instead. But yeah.
Well, of course, the bishop on d6 stands very nice, but on f6 it stands even nicer. But you can regroup it anytime.
Right, and this bishop on b2, it's actually a little bit stuck here. Like, you would maybe like to reroute it to, I don't know, back to the king side, but it's not so easy. It's a little bit stuck over there. King h2, nice move by Alua, making sure there's never any checks. This looks like a very tough defensive... Wait, bishop e7 now? Because there's no rook a8.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, rook d8 and bishop 6 is a very strong threat.
But how can she defend?
Maybe you have to go for f5. Because if white takes king f7, maybe you're able to get that pawn back.
Rook d8. Rook d8, bishop f6. Whew.
Yeah, no, I think f5 is a must. If you allow rook d8 and bishop f6, you simply get checkmated.
That's a tough continuation to play f5, but it seems like completely the only move.
Yep. All right, she's got 35 seconds on her clock. The pressure is on Kateryna here. Let's see, she goes bishop c4, but check. I think she wants to give up the rook.
Okay, but it's not going to be funny.
It's going to be an unpleasant defense. Okay, so let's see what Alua is going to do here. I think check is quite logical. King up. What you can also do is go for g4. And after takes, then g5 and bishop f6 to make sure that black cannot give up the exchange.
Yeah, the question is for white, what are the circumstances she wants to win the exchange?
King g7 on the board. All right. G4 here makes sense, followed by g5. Another nice move, by the way, is maybe rook c8. Great move. You can now go back to e6. As then there's bishop f6. Bishop a2. Maybe now bishop c6, cutting off the rook, setting up bishop f6.
Nice move.
Is she gonna bishop c6?
Very nice.
Fantastic move.
Wow.
Lagno under tremendous pressure here. White is threatening checkmate into a bishop f6, and I don't see how you defend here. And she's got 15 seconds to figure out a defense. Take, but
very difficult situation for Lagno.
Check. You can still go for the checkmate, by the way. Rook b6. Wait. Okay. Bishop takes h4.
She could go rook b8, and she can go now rook b8. But probably bishop h4 is better. Whew.
Great game by Alua as she takes the lead going into the 1+1 portion. This game got aborted. Wow, who would have expected that? I thought Kateryna evened it up. I thought she was going to take control of the match, but Alua she came to fight as she takes the lead.
Absolutely. It's a very serious match. Very, very tough for Lagno. It didn't seem after the first game, but it shows now that the next 15 minutes will be hard for Lagno, and actually Alua has very good chances to win the match now.
For sure, yeah, she's holding herself in tough positions, in good positions, in the time scrambles. And like we see here, the 3+1 portion ends in a 2.5 tie. So she takes the lead going into the 1+1 portion.
Yeah.
All right, so with all of that being said, we are going on a short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will see the bullet as we will return with the Julius Baer Speed Chess Championship. See you soon.
Is Zhongyi the most dangerous women's world chess championship challenger of all time? This year, the Grandmaster from China will be fighting against the current champion Ju Wenjun for the ultimate title. This year, she could take it all. Here's why. Zhongyi has experience on the throne. As a former women's world chess champion in 2017, she's familiar with the high-pressure atmosphere of the championship. Her performance in the candidates was phenomenal. Not only did she win the right to challenge Ju Wenjun, but she beat out her competitors by a full 1.5 points. Zhongyi is in top form, and that's obvious by the quality of her games. Against her strong grandmaster opponents, she immediately distinguished herself from the rest of the field due to her high accuracy.
Her match against Lei Tingjie ended in victory with 97.2% accuracy.
And against Vaishali Ramishbabu, Zhongyi claimed a victory with an impressive 96.9% accuracy. With an almost flawless performance, the current women's world chess champion has her work cut out for her if she wants to defend her title against Tan Zhongyi.
How fast are the fastest chess players in the world? Bullet chess is a wildly popular format, with hundreds of thousands of games played daily on Chess.com. Players have a total of just 1 minute to play all of their moves. Hikaru Nakamura has the highest bullet chess rating ever achieved on the platform and is a 4-time bullet chess champion. On average, he spends just 0.8 of a second on a move, one of the fastest cadences in the world, all while playing better quality moves than most of us can with hours on the clock. Despite his fast speed, Hikaru rarely pre-moves, doing so only 15% of the time overall, and 36% of the time when under 20 seconds. Daniel Naroditsky has more bullet games than any other titled player on Chess.com, a mind-boggling 141,000 games. He takes just 1/100th of a second more than Hikaru overall, but when in a time scramble, he's pre-moving almost 10% more. While bullet chess is fast, hyperbullet is even faster. Players just have 30 seconds total for the game. Andrew Tang, generally considered the fastest mouse in chess, just won Chess.com's first ever Hyperbullet Championship. He's actually slightly slower overall than other top players, with an average move time of 0.9 of a second. But in a time scramble, his anticipation is unreal, as he pre-moves more than half of his moves. If you want to be a bullet chess legend, you are going to have to be a master of split-second decisions. Good moves are great, but what matters is often how fast you can get them on the board.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, few are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
And welcome back everyone to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. Judith, as we are headed into the 1+1 portion, we see Kateryna getting ready. How do you think she must be feeling right now as she's behind in the match?
I think she's very surprised that she's having such a difficult time in this match, and we are already in for 1 hour in this match, over 1 hour, I think. And I think it's very difficult for her. She doesn't understand what has happened, why she couldn't convert some of her great positions, and why is she missing, she didn't win. I mean, she misplayed it so clearly, so she's not happy with herself, I think. And still she knows that, okay, in the next 15 minutes in the bullet, there she knows exactly, because we all know that anything can happen. It's really about intuition. It's really about using the mouse and how fast you can make decisions and how resilient you are in the game and in between games in this 1 second, and how fast you can switch. So in bullet games, I think generally it's more, it can be increased the lottery effect in this part. And I'm not sure she's happy about that, but right now we are seeing a tough situation, especially that she's behind and Alua is leading, and she shows very good nerves and very good fighting spirit so far. So it is definitely something she was not expecting.
For sure, yeah. And what I also find impressive is that Alua is looking very calm. She is very close to knocking out one of the big favorites of the tournament. Kateryna was actually the winner in 2022. Anyway, we are off to another game, another canal attack, and Alua again sticks to her line with bishop d7 and knight takes d7.
Okay, we've seen this before. Let's see what kind of new things. This was game one also, where actually Kateryna made a very convincing victory, but she did not ever since in this match. And it would be very important for her to win against similarly as in game one. And she has a very nice position so far, but her development has to be bishop f4, bring the rook, go g4, g5, h5, go for it.
Yeah, no, I think, like you said, she started off really well in the match. I like what she's doing here. And honestly, the nice thing in Bullet is that, I think in some games, maybe Kateryna was overthinking some of her decisions, right? There were moments where she could have taken a pawn or something and she decided not to. In Bullet, you can let go of all of that. You just need to move quickly, and there's no room for any overthinking.
Absolutely. In this position, the only piece I don't like and I'm not happy from white perspective is the d1 knight. And it would be much better on g3. But now she's making space for the rook. What is this? Oh my god, there is a blunder.
She blundered a pawn, knight c5.
Yeah. And this is a big, big problem for white. This is not a good situation.
So Alua off to a great start in the bullet portion, knight e4. I think it's just winning. You cannot move the rook due to rook to c2. So Alua might be taking a 2-point lead here, which is not the end of the world yet. But keep in mind, I think there's only going to be like 5 or 6 bullet games, so you really cannot fall too far behind.
Rook h1 was a better move because knight g3 would have a queen win, but of course everything is will be scoring the point. Bishop c5, queen b2, rook c3, game over. Very difficult game. It was 2-point lead by Alua. Very difficult. 30 minutes to go until the end of the match. Let's see whether Kateryna can bounce back, because right now she's in a very difficult position in scores and psychologically as well.
Yeah, there's definitely still time for a comeback. Keep in mind that she only needs to be 1 point behind, and there should only be like 1 second on the clock for the last game to start. Then there is still time for a comeback. So 2 points is not the end of the world, but she needs to win a game sooner rather than later. In the meantime, I like what Alua has here out of the opening. It feels like white has more space in the center, and so white should just be a bit better.
Yeah, it's kind of a very pleasant, extremely solid position for white. So there is not much white can complain about, especially if white does not need to win or play for a win. But I guess we would both play it, rather to play it with the white side than to play it with black.
Kateryna, again, going for this plan of knight h7. I like the idea. Maybe knight bishop e7, or maybe now knight e7 to trade off this active knight. Let's see what Alua is going to do. She has more space on the queen side, but the queen side is kind of locked for the moment.
Yes, it was clear that black did not want to exchange the queens because it would be after c takes b5, the c line would be very unpleasant. But white has some pressure what she puts on black. And h4, interesting. She wants to go probably knight g5. And at some point, she will just go back again, try out queen b5, I think. But didn't she blunder a pawn here? a4?
She did,
a4.
yeah. You cannot take an f6 to the rook f8. So yeah, Kateryna takes that pawn. She's up a pawn now. Everything looking really good. Maybe f5 the right one. Or queen g4. Kateryna has to win this game to come back in the match. And she's got a great position to do so.
But there is a very good chance that she will make it here, because in the Last few moves, it was intuition did not work for white properly.
Yeah, this is a dream King is Indian for black. Up a pawn, up 2 pawns now. Queen g4 is coming in. G6 is protected, so that should be winning for Kateryna. Queen g3, I think that's game over.
And Queen h2 is unprotectable.
Yeah, all right. So let's see what Alua is going to do. She can milk the clock here a little bit as she's up in the match. So let's see if she will do so. I think it's not a bad strategy.
Yeah.
All right, she just resigns.
Okay, so only 1 point lead for Alua. And again, we have the solid bishop b5. We're going to have this position where white had a beautiful setup in the previous game, but now there are more tension in the center. It's not closed yet.
I don't know about c4. I mean, isn't white just losing a pawn? Okay, if you take on d4, there's bishop takes h2 and queen h4 for black to win a pawn. That's not the end of the line, though, because there's still like rook d1. But yeah, good start of this game so far for Alua. Queen e5 is an important move. Otherwise, she loses the knight, and she finds it.
Well, there is no other option, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. Black has a pawn up. White has some compensation because the knight on e8 is not very proper there. But still, it's a pawn up.
Exactly. But now knight f6, the pieces are coming back into the game. Should d4, I guess queen g5. Queen h5. Okay, also good move.
Well, I mean, still, black has a pawn up, right? White has little compensation. I don't know, knight b5, knight d6. Bishop c7. But this is just a tricky move. It's not a good move, is it?
Yeah, I don't think so. Rook e8 was played. The bishop is under attack. Bishop b5. Let's see, maybe they will... Oh, b4! b4 traps the knight. She finds it.
Well, this is needed more than ever for Kateryna at this stage of the match. 1 point behind. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she just had a great win with black pieces. She's now winning with white pieces. This could completely turn the match around. Knight c5, knight takes a6 yet. She has to win this game. I mean, she's up a full piece.
Yes, this cannot be missed by Kateryna. She has to convert it, not to spend too much seconds at this stage.
Alua still fighting though. All right, but it's looking tough. I mean, a full piece is a lot against a player as strong as Kateryna. So,
of course, and she resigned. Of course, it's not so easy to resign for psychological reasons, but let's see. The match is equal. 7 minutes to go until the end. Wow.
All right, we have another Italian. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen here. Yeah, like I said, 7 minutes on the clock. So I assume there's going to be like another 3-4 games or so. Queen b3 could be a tricky move as you force black to go rook f8 back. Maybe queen b3? Yeah, rook f8 is forced now, which is not ideal.
Yeah, these are good space advantage part for white, especially when she's ready to push a5 as she did. And for black, it's not so easy to develop properly, right? d5 will be not so easy to be playing. Maybe white will go queen a2 just to give more space. So against d5, white has space for the bishop.
Yeah, black looks very cramped here. Maybe now bishop e6 by Kateryna to trade off the bishops. All right.
But white has a beautiful position.
Yeah. No, white definitely still better here, but I think good for black to at least trade off one pair of minor pieces. Let's see what she's going to do now. Maybe just improve the position with a move like rook e8. Ooh,
well, now the question is... that's a pawn, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And Alua up 15 seconds on the clock. She's got a great chance to take the lead again.
All her pieces are excellently placed. Bishop on b6. Look how paralyzing it is for black.
Yeah, black and
Simply.
oh, queen takes f7. There goes another pawn.
Oops.
All right, this game is not over yet. The knight's under
Complete
attack.
blackout.
Knight f3, good move. Okay, maybe e5 now. No, Lagno can take the pawn on b4. Maybe you just have to move the rook. Knight f5 instead, threatening checkmate. So I guess maybe rook g8 to defend. Rook d8. Wow.
Rook d8. Yeah, but I'm not sure rook d8. This is the best. Suddenly, Lagno has some lives to breathe in this position. It's only one pawn down. She has activity, so now she's kind of. She's back in business a little bit.
Takes b7. Okay, maybe a move like knight d4 could be scary, undermining that knight on e6. A g4 looks like a good move defending the knight, but the computer doesn't like it. Bishop c7. Wait, and now this a-pawn can run pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's not so simple at all. At all.
a5.
Wow. What a recovery from black. What a recovery. And I'm not sure if he's not going to be winning this game with having this a-passed pawn.
The good thing for Lagno is that her moves are so easy. Just a5, a4, a3, a2. Knight b3 was a big threat, so knight d4 was played. But it's not easy to finish it up. e6, keep that pawn on the board. Yeah, but now black can take, and now black's much better. You had to try to keep that pawn on the board. I think Lagno will win another game here. Bishop c3, that's game over.
Wow.
What a turnaround in this game. Alua was up 2 pawns, dominant position, but Kateryna hung in there, and it looks like she's going to convert this one, even though it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. She has only 7 seconds. She didn't take the rook. I didn't understand what was the reason.
King c2, not over yet. Okay, knight b3. Now the knight can come back to life. And yeah, if you can get rid of that pawn, out of 2 though, it's still very unpleasant.
It was not the best technique so far, but I think it should be still winning and get rid of the white pawns.
Yep, rook c7. Okay, rook e5, nice move, restricting the knight. Rook c5, pinning it. And that should be it. As Alua resigns.
Did you see the relief for Kateryna?
Yeah,
that's the impression I had. 3 minutes to go from the match. She just took over, and she's leading 6.5. She has to focus right now, because if Kateryna wins this game, she wins the match.
Yeah, indeed. If Kateryna wins this game, like I said, she wins the match. And she's got a nice position here. That was a big win, as you pointed out. Because instead of being down in the match, she's now up. And she can close things out right here. This position looks great for white. Queen e4. Bishop g5 now looks nice. Or this looks terrible for black. These knights have no squares.
Yeah, it's... those knights on c7 and b6, it's frustrating.
Knight e4. This is great for white. I mean, c5 is weak. There's ideas of knight d6, knight f6. Everything is in the air. I would be impressed if Alua can keep things together here. Oh, you can take knight f6 and queen e4. That's... Okay, this is also good.
Yeah, also has its ideas. h4, knight g5, queen e4, all kind of moves.
Okay, h6 maybe. Okay, take. g6 looks very scary. Maybe taking like knight e5 as a knight sacrifice is looming.
Just take on g6 and then go queen h4.
Queen g5
Why did
also.
you go queen h4? And she wanted rook e4, or what was the idea? Knight e5.
Knight takes g6.
Knight takes g6.
It has to be crushing, take, and something. Rook e3. She goes g3 instead, I think. Okay, but you have to go for it. Rook h1. She goes for it. Okay, take. Knight g7 is forced.
Rook h1.
But then maybe like Queen A8 could be...
That's
no,
true.
it doesn't do much.
That's true.
Check.
Takes.
Oh, Queen E8, that's it. That's it. Queen F8, you pick up the rook. And there's or that, and you win the queen. And there's just, yeah, and Kateryna wins with 12 seconds left on the clock. Alua can win another game, but it will not be enough. That should be the match.
But do they play one more game? Because she has 2 points lead.
I thought so, but I don't see the last game starting. So maybe that's it. All right. Okay, we're being told that that was the last game. So Kateryna, with an amazing comeback, wins the match. She decides the match in bullet. Wow, she's definitely very relieved.
Oh, absolutely. It was, wow. She pulled herself together in the very last part of the match. So, wow. That was quite a match.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the scorecard here. Alua took the lead in the 5+1 portion, kept it in the 3+1. But Kateryna Lagno with the comeback in the 1+1 portion. She wins 4-1 and wins this match by 2 points. But Judith, it was really that game in the Italian where Black was down 2 pawns that was the turnaround. If Alua won that game, I think she had a great chance to win the match.
Well, I guess this is how it is, right? When we talk about bullet and blitz in general, then you can't help it. Things are happening very fast, and again, I can only emphasize the concentration and focus what you have, because this is what we see, that you have winning position, you ruin it, or you have a bad position and you get the chance and you grab it. And this is what we've seen. I promised to the viewers that we go on the roller coaster, and that's what we had.
It was a roller coaster indeed, but don't go anywhere. After we come back, we will have a short break. We will have a short interview with Kateryna Lagno. So we will see you guys at the other end of this break as we come back with the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. See you soon.
Do you think the lipstick scandal ultimately hurt or helped your chess career?
Helped.
True.
For those that may not be familiar, because that was way before Magnus versus Hans kind of cheating scandals, my one wasn't along those lines, but people thought, at least a few people thought, that I had a microchip in my lipstick. That was on the New York Times, New York Post. I saw a cartoon drawn about me in Denmark. There was a blog and other news articles in places like Australia, because the story was so strange. It was so strange that media that would not be talking about chess picked it up because of how is it possible that a 20-year-old girl is accused of cheating and they say that there's a microchip in her lipstick. I played the best tournament in my life at the end of 2007, and there were 3 players that didn't believe that I can play that well. It really hurt at the time, and I ran out crying from the playing hall after the last game. But everyone stood by my side at that tournament, including the grandmaster that I beat at the tournament, the highest rated opponent I ever beat at the time, Grandmaster Baer, and everyone else at the event, the organizers, the players. They all defended me and stood by my side, which meant a lot. And the story just went crazy. Like, I think I never saw my name mentioned these many times as back in the day in the media. And it wasn't for my chess achievements, it was for my lipstick.
But I just find that story...
You want to ask her if she had a microchip in her lipstick?
I do not believe you had a microchip in your...
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, few are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games. Between Alua, Nurman, and Kateryna Lagno. So congratulations, Kateryna, for this match. How do you feel about this match, what you've lived through in nearly 2 hours?
Thank you. Well, I feel better now because I won the match, but it was really tough, and I knew it's going to be tough. I knew that the girl is very talented, young and talented, so I was ready for a tough match. And I was disappointed with the first portion, 5+1. I missed many chances, I think. I was better in several games, but I keeping missing tactics. And then I was -1, then I tied, and then again -1. So not an easy one. This.
Well, the first game was extremely convincing by you in the match, and after that, what feelings did you think that it's going to be an easy match, and only the surprise came on game 2 when things did not work out the way you planned?
No, actually, I just blundered something, and okay, I have some experience. It happens. I'm not a specialist in online blitz, so I didn't play for a while, and I lost the habits. So I was ready for some blunders, but anyway, I was disappointed with some positional decisions I made in several games. And no, I was I tried to be concentrated till then. Just it didn't work out for some time.
Well, it must be very difficult to have to focus so much, because you have different time controls, and you had a very difficult part in the middle one up to the bullet, when you just won the last game and equalized the match, right? And you went into the bullet part. What was your mindset heading into that part?
No, I think I was -1 when we entered.
You were -1, exactly.
Yeah,
sorry.
And then I lost the first game of the bullet section, so I was like -2, and I really needed to win some games in a row to be back. Yes, at least to tie first of all. And no, just I'm playing
another tournament right now, Russian Championship, and today is a free day, and maybe I was like, I really didn't know what to do, to have some rest or to prepare, or both maybe. So maybe because of of this that I lost. I was not so concentrated before the match. Like when it started, it was okay, but before I was like having rest, walking. So maybe I needed like to just to do nothing before the match, just to keep some energy. But well, what to do? Huh? I'm happy. At least I won it, so I cannot complain right now.
How difficult it is for you to switch your mind, especially that I know that since the COVID, there are some players who play on classical tournament, and at the end of the day or free day, they end up playing in an online event. How difficult it is to switch, and how seriously can you take a blitz match like this?
Well, when I play it, of course, I want to win it, of course. But when I'm at home, I don't have so much time to play online chess. That's the problem. That because I have children running around, and it's a mess. So well, when I play a tournament, yes, I try to find some way to be alone, but yeah. I cannot prepare a lot for online tournaments nowadays.
But you brought up your family. It's always very admirable that you have 4 children, if I'm correct. And
yeah,
how old are they?
14, 9, 7, and 5.
Oh, so they are. Are they playing chess?
Well, the youngest son, he has some interest, and he wants to play. But well, I don't want to push. It's just for fun for the moment, and we will see. Yeah, well, just for fun.
How can you manage actually to be competitive with such a big family and kids? Are you going to relax to chess tournaments?
Actually, yes. Some tournaments, yes. This tournament I play, of course it's an important one, and I cannot say that here I have a rest. But for some others, yeah, there are some tournaments that I can say that I have a rest during playing it. So how I manage, I don't know, because it's really hard, and sometimes I don't think that I really manage to do it in the best way. But anyway, I don't have a choice. I just like to play chess. I want to play chess, and I will keep playing chess until I can do it.
Well, it's very admirable. I don't want to keep you up because it's late at your place. One question: if you could ban one opening from each women's speed chess championship match, which one would it be?
Grunfeld.
Which one?
Grunfeld.
Grunfeld. Okay.
Yeah, it's a sharp one. I like it.
Okay. I want to wish you good luck and good night, and congratulations for your fighting spirit and recovery, and finally you won the match. Good luck.
Thanks a lot, Judith. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So it was the winner of the previous match, and now we see the bracket. So we have 2 matches finished today. Between the first one was Zhongyi against Shuvala, and Polina Shuvala won. And this match was won by Kateryna against the very, very talented player from Kazakhstan. It was quite a match. We had all the excitement which could be in such an event. And we have 2 quarterfinalists for the event. And, well, what do you think, Ben, about this whole day what we had?
It was an amazing day of chess. It was a very exciting match between Kateryna and Alua. Honestly, I thought it would be a lot smoother for Kateryna, but Alua gave her a great match. And it was just such a pity for her that she lost a few games at the end. And the other match was also crazy between Polina and Tan Zhongyi. Tan Zhongyi was in control for most of it, and then just won a game, which made all the difference. But that's the magic of the Women's Speed Chess Championship, so we can only look forward to all of the other matches we have. What are your thoughts, Judith?
Well, we had a lot of excitement. There were several positions where we can say that it was very unexpected, the turning point. In the first match also, in that special Queen's endgame, very unexpected. And we can see the points which were the very big moment of the match. It's very clear, and partly what was happening on the board, and partly that they don't have enough time to recover from a big blunder or a big shocking situation what they had end up. It was indeed, it was for me also, it was a surprise that Kateryna basically suffered all the match and had blundered a lot of things. Several times I felt that she had the winning position, but somehow at the end she wanted to win it in a very solid way. She didn't want to just punch it and then make it over completely. So it was exciting. It was very nerve-wracking for the players. I think several moves and situations, several seconds seemed to be very long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and who knows? Maybe the nerves also kicked in at the end. Maybe that's why Alua slipped up. But overall, great match by Kateryna. She always showed fighting spirit. And we will come back on Monday as we have the matchup between Hou Yifan and Anastasia Bodnaruk. Judith, as the greatest female player of all time, what do you think of Hou Yifan, who is also one of the best players of all time? What do you think about that matchup?
Well, I'm curious how it will be. I mean, Hou Yifan definitely is basically the best player after me. She showed her talent, her dedication, her fighting spirit, and she beat quite a few great top grandmasters as well. And she has a good style. It's a pity that she retired kind of, and she takes part only in speed tournaments and several tournaments. She has other obligations, but she's an amazing player. And again, obviously, she's the favorite of this match against Anastasia. But as we always see surprises in blitz games and in different time controls, and it's going to be a big battle of the minds.
Mm-hmm, for sure. All right, so with all of that being said, we are going to wrap up over here. Thanks everyone for watching. We will see you again on Monday. Like I said, then will be the match between Hou Yifan and Anastasia Bodnaruk. Thanks, Judith, for being a great co-host. I will leave the final words up to you.
Well, thank you very much. It was actually the first time we made commentary together, so it was enjoyable for me. It was fun, as we both have our great love for the game, and I do hope our audience also keep loving chess, and chess connects us.
Exactly,
Bye.
chess connects us, and we will see you in the next show. Have a good one, everyone.